Watch the timer a bit closer, right? Hello, everybody, and welcome to Dusty Booksniffers. And I have my lovely friend Coda here with me today as well. We may even get an Eva pop in a bit later. We'll see how we go, and maybe even a Brooklyn as well. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. All right, how is everybody? Let me know how you're feeling in the comments, where you are in the big wide world, because we get people from all over at this time of the day and evening and AM, because I think we cover just about all time zones with people still being awake around this time. So hopefully some of you have come over from Brittany's. A lot of fun over there. It was a bit of chaos a bit earlier with YouTube shutting down who was watching, and the look on Brittany's face was priceless. I just happened to be looking at the screen when all the people disappeared. It went from 80 or something down to like 8.
What happened?
I don't know. We don't actually know. YouTube had a bit of a moment and took all the viewers away, but we were all still there commenting and all the rest of it. But it was saying that only one person, 2 people watching, and then the comments were just going off. It was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. I'm like, hello. Bit of an echo. Is anybody
alive out there?
It was a lot of fun. But anyway, hopefully Brittany's just in here. Hi friends. Hope your teleportation was smooth. It was. I clicked on it as well to say, made sure that I'd come over and everything went smoothly. So thank you very much, Brittany, for sending everybody over. I greatly appreciate it. And of course, when I finish today, I'll be sending everybody over to Coda's channel at 7 a.m. Eastern. Is that right? Or CST? Or which time zone?
7 a.m.
There you go.
9 a.m. Eastern.
Yep. Thank you. I don't know. Somewhere over there. I'm sending everybody somewhere over there.
11 p.m. AEST.
Yeah. No thanks to Google. We finally worked that out. So basically, we are going to be here for around 10 hours. So it's a while. And we're planning on getting lots of reading done. Now, Coda is only going to stay around for the first chatty bit. Is that right? And then you're going to bounce? Yep.
Right. I need to put on my TV and go to bed to get ready to sprint in the morning.
Yep. So
plus generally, I finished live today, so I'm tired.
It's exhausting, that book. It is very exhausting. And how did you feel about it?
I feel like it provides emotions that you might not ever know about if you didn't read this book or go through something similar.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the examination of the person going through the trauma and the examination of the people around them, although the trauma itself is embellished and a little over the top, the reaction, the thinking, just everything else is very on point, I thought.
That's fair.
It's definitely embellished. Like, we all know that. Like, mm-hmm. I think you're the one that told me that the author intentionally did that for shock value or whatnot.
Yeah.
And I can see why they did that, because I feel like some of us have been through some of this stuff. Some of us have not been through any of this stuff. And so I think that the exemplification of it, or however you want to call it, I think that it helps those of us who've been through some of this feel something. Because
Mm.
if it was lighter, we might not. We might be like, oh yeah, I went through that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then for people who've not been through any of it, it's overkill. But I think that it's done that way to infuse feeling in the reader. And I
Mhm.
think in that respect, it does its job. It does
Yeah.
its job very well. I think that it really gives people a lot to think about, especially if you've been in any kind of situation that's similar or touches the edges, even. It's very thought provoking. So, although it's not the most uplifting, greatest story out there, as a piece of literature, I think that it really does have value for sure.
Yeah. I agree with what you're saying. Like for people that have never experienced that sort of trauma or anything like that, it is over the top to make it hit home.
Hmm.
Um, and even if you've only been on the outskirts or the fringes or anything like that, as you said, it is over the top and whatnot. But the author wanted to do that. I believe she said it in an interview. What interview that was, where it was, I don't know. I'm hearing it from someone else that she said it in an interview and whatnot. But yeah, it's a bit full on. And if you've been through any sort of trauma, like I possibly wouldn't, and freshly out of it, I probably wouldn't recommend you read it. What about you, Coda? Would you recommend people to read it fresh out of trauma?
So, like Neva always says, there's two readers. There's a
Mm-hmm.
reader who's triggered in a negative way, and it's not good for your mental health in that
Mm-hmm.
case. And then there's a reader who can use that pain to identify with their own, and it's actually therapeutic for them.
Yeah.
So no,
I am that reader. I like that.
I,
I get the therapy from it.
and I'm that reader too. And for the
Mm.
viewers out there who don't know, I just went through a very traumatic experience. I lost my husband. And so this did hit home for me, but I am one of those readers where it's therapeutic for me to experience something through somebody else's eyes and use the parallels to process, in real life stuff. And so I would say know which reader you are.
Yeah.
If you're the first type of reader who's triggered and traumatized and having to go see a therapist afterwards, then I would not recommend this right after trauma.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't even recommend this long after trauma for some people if that's
Mm.
the type of reader that you are. If you're the type of reader who can separate yourself and but still use those parallels for healing purposes like that, then at your own risk. There's a lot going on in this book. I mean, there's enough different types of trauma and stuff that I think anybody who's had any singular small type of trauma can relate to at least one piece of what the people in this book go through, whether that's
Mm-hmm.
Jude, the main character who experiences most of the trauma directly, or whether that's the side characters who experience it through him or who observe it through them. I think that there's a lot of places for people to connect with lots of characters in this book.
Mm. Yeah, I agree with all of that. For me, it's I got very frustrated and angry, mostly with the side characters, not so much with the main character, but the side characters. I got very frustrated and angry with it. Um, but again, like you, I read books and I don't necessarily. It's very rare that I will actually have a visceral reaction to a book. And I think we've discussed this before. Where I'm more inclined to cry at the happy bits than I am at the traumatic bits. I don't know what that says about me as a person, but that's another topic of conversation with a therapist and all the rest of it. But yeah, I agree. Know what type of reader you are. Know what actually does set a traumatic response in you and all that sort of stuff before you pick up a little life.
Yeah, and what your traumatic response is. Like, know yourself. Like, is it going to ruin you? Or is it going to be healing, therapeutic? And if you don't know who you are out of those two people,
don't pick the book up.
Wait. Maybe wait.
Yeah.
Wait until you know who you are. Because I think if you haven't gone through any trauma in your life, this could be a really great way to experience it in a lot of different facets of it.
Yeah.
It's a safe space. But it is frustrating. You know, like his friends, you want them to do more. And you want people to do the right thing. But I think the fact that a lot of that doesn't happen is what makes it realistic for me.
Because realistically, like I know with friends that have had mental health issues and been suicidal, black depression, all that sort of stuff, because there are very different levels of of depression and you know, end of life thoughts and all that sort of stuff. There's not a lot for the outsiders that you can do at times. And I think for me, why I was getting so frustrating is because I have been that person that has wanted to do stuff but have not been able to do stuff. So therefore it brought all those feelings of frustration and anger and all that sort of stuff back up again, but not in a bad way. Like, yeah, I rated the book 3 stars. I loved her writing and all that sort of stuff. It was just too much in one book for me, not because it was triggering or anything like that, just that it was frustrating, and every time I picked it up I was feeling those, and no one likes to feel angry all the time. And so, but I agree with everything you say. Like, it really does send the messages home and stuff like that. It just, yeah, for me, it's a book that is only a 3-star rating because it was just over the top, and the fact that I kept getting frustrated. So did the author do the job to do? Definitely she did.
Yeah,
most definitely. You cannot say that that book did not do what the author set out to do. If you say
what she wanted to achieve, I was, and like you said, I typically cry more at happy, nostalgic, sentimental type of vibes. I cry at sad parts, not heartless, but it's the sentimental, happy, uplifting, oh, my heart shit that makes me tear up usually. And I was crying, like sobbing by the time I finished this book. But I want everybody out there to know it's not just the book. Like, it was me connecting themes
on many different levels
and stuff within real life stuff, right? So there was a lot of, like, just reminiscent, made me think about real life stuff, made me think about choices, made me think about the lack of choices, and just parallels, you know what I mean? Like, oh, this is really similar to what I just went through. That's where most of my angst, or not angst, but my sadness came from.
Yeah. And that's fair.
This book. And it's because it's as embellished as the amount of trauma is for one person. And yeah, one person really went through all of this. Like, that's a lot. As embellished as that is, the reaction to it, the reaction of his friends, everything else, like the internalization, the thoughts, was all very, I thought, on point and realistic.
Yeah. I'd have to agree with that, most definitely. So what are you going to read now that journey is over for you?
Well, tonight I'm probably going to watch TV because I'm going to go to bed.
Yeah,
But
that's
I
fair.
am finishing up Providence, which
Mm-hmm.
is an arc by Craig Willsey. I want to say Willse. If anyone's
Mm-hmm.
interested, it's different. It's like a weird. I don't even know what to ask me in a week. Ask me when I'm
Okay.
done with it. What
That's
kind?
fair.
I can tell you what it's about, but I can't tell you what kind of book it is. If that makes sense,
That makes perfect sense.
I don't know yet. But
That's
I'm
fair.
working on that, and I started Wild Love yesterday, and I only made it to like chapter 6, but
Mm-hmm.
it's
Mm-hmm.
not bad so far. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, I'm not a romance person, but I'm
Mm-hmm.
not a romance person either. You know what I mean? Like I
Yeah,
just
yeah.
don't come up. So
Yeah,
I'm
then it's not your go-to genre. Like sci-fi is not
exactly,
my go-to genre. Yeah, yeah.
exactly. So I'm stretching my romance muscles, and so far so good. There's some more Smatella tomorrow, so I'll continue Wild Love tomorrow. And I still need to finish Rebecca. So I was kind of hoping you'd be like, maybe we should finish Rebecca today instead of starting Diary.
Well, let's finish Rebecca because I'm not going to start Anne Frank today because wish me luck. I am on the last book of the Women's Prize for Fiction, and I think 5 chapters in. I'm about 15% in. I was supposed to read it this morning while Brittany was sprinting, but I found every other reason not to read it. So I procrastinated hardcore this morning. So I am planning to get this read, or at least 90% of it read. Maybe 80%. We'll see how we
before I
go.
wake up. Before I wake up and take
Yeah,
over.
before sprints happens and all that sort of stuff. So I will be coming over to your sprints like I did last week.
Good, because I
Neroli
can't
said
wait for your update. And Nerilee's coming too.
she's working till midnight, so I dare say that we'll get Neroli popping in as well. Because I said to her, oh, Coda felt very special because you popped into his sprints, and she goes, oh, I'm working the same shift. I'll be in again. I'm like, okay then, no worries.
Yes, so exciting.
So yeah,
I feel
so
so
for those that don't know,
privileged.
Neroli is my daughter, and she
I feel
never
so
gets on
special.
camera. So yeah, I'm reading In Defense of the Act by Effie Black. She has written a whole heap of short stories before. This is her debut novel. She made it to the long list of the Women's Prize for Fiction. For those that are new here that don't know, the Women's Prize for Fiction is my little pet project that I do every year. I read the 16 a long list. I've been doing that for the last 2 years. This year has been a journey, and we're still on that journey because In Defense of the Act is from my understanding, is people taking their lives. But this is a doctor looking at it as in defense of the reason why people do it and not thinking it's such a bad thing.
And it's a fiction book?
It's a fiction book, yeah. So,
Seems like it should be a nonfiction book.
well, so far I've got a lot of little tidbits about spiders because when she was at university, she looked at spiders and stuff like that, and how the Australian redback eats the male, and and some of the things that she said, which I'll go into more detail in the vlogs as opposed to here. But yeah, it's there's lots of little tidbits, about the Japanese culture, how they're more accepting of it, and all that sort of stuff. I'm only 3 or 4 chapters in at the moment, but it's interesting. It's already got me thinking, and like, yeah.
I'm
So
thinking,
yeah,
I am not even reading it. I'm like, this
yeah.
is
Like, to be
really
honest,
compelling.
I don't know. Yeah, well, that's it. I don't know where it's going to go. I mean, Chris has read it. I know Chris has read it. And I know a few other people have read it. Some have liked it, some haven't. So far, I'm intrigued. So,
Sounds like it's going better than the
I'm
last
enjoying it. Don't even get me started on it. Yeah, I did not care.
I'm so glad you're done with it.
I did not care. I was doing my review this morning in Brittany's first sprint, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I just didn't care. I mean, I care about what's happening over there right now and all that sort of stuff, and I care about some of the themes that are in the book, but the character I just did not care about.
It happened.
Care factor 0.
I have 2 more pieces of news.
Yes, go.
The guy who wrote Cream, remember when I was reading the art Cream? I requested his other book from NetGalley and got approved. I think I told you that already. Today, he requested my friendship on Goodreads. So I was like, I know him. The other cool thing is I was over at Lindsay's earlier and her wife was by. They're separated. So she was visiting. But her wife was over there. So and it's the first time I've met her. Her name's Kate. Super cool chick. Reads a lot of books. And after she leaves, Lindsay was like, oh yeah, she does like a bunch of writers things too. I was like, writers things? I need to do writers things. So she called her up and she was like, Coda's interested in writing things. What do you have going on? And Kate's like, well, I have this one thing that I'm looking for people for, but I wouldn't recommend it to most people that I know because most people that I know just want to read books. And this is more like giving feedback and advice and stuff. And I was like editing? She's like, yeah, like editing. Sign me up for editing, dude. So Monday night, starting on the 6th of May, for like an hour and a half every Monday night, once a week, I'm going to go give author feedback.
Awesome.
On like local people.
That is excellent.
But it's like, yeah, I'm like, I totally want to do that. I just wrote 8 pages on that. What are you talking about?
I'm down for that.
I'm down for that. I'll tell you what's wrong with your book. Fuck yeah. Let me tell you everything that's wrong with it. If I can make you a better book, please believe me, I will.
Yeah. Awesome. That's going to open up some doors for you. That is excellent.
It's local.
Congratulations.
I'm excited to at least get out of the house once a week.
Well, that's true. There's also that too. And actually correspond with people that are in real life. What a novel idea, right?
I can touch, but probably shouldn't.
Oh, that's so funny. All right, let's check out who is in the comments. For those that are new here, sometimes we do a little bit of a book review or we talk about the books in depth before we start sprinting and getting to the comments. So I just needed to say that. So we do get to sprints and we very rarely get to the bottom of the comments, but we do try our best and we at least do it twice in a long sprint. So yeah.
10 hours.
Yeah, so it's twice. Stevie is here. Hello, how are you? Hey, Chris, how are you going? We also have Lynn's as well. Alicat is here. Sadia is here. Ro is here. All our friends are here. I know. Alicia is here and is trying to finish just finished Icebreaker, rather. We'll be starting the American Roommate Experiment for this sprint until I fall asleep. Awesome. Hello. We know that Brittany was here, but now probably collapsed in her bed. That is fine. Hello, Sue. How are you? Christina is also here as well. Petra is also here and is very excited about Kindle Mayhem. If you haven't seen that video, that is up on both Neva and my channel. So go and check that out. Petra is going to organize my KU list tonight in preparation. That is awesome. Hello, Jamie. How are you? Kay is also here from the UK. Good morning. Reading Taming 7 by Chloe Walsh. I have 9 pages left. Awesome. Read 542 pages in 11 hours since I started in Leandra Street. Go you. Oh my goodness. That is awesome. That is a good reading session. I'm happy with that. Maria is also here as started Starling House in Brittany's Sprint and on chapter 9. Also, hoping to reach page 100. Awesome. I was right about how you feel about ending. Yes, you were. I'm like, what the hell? Why did I have to go through all that not caring, the no care factor for that? Like,
and then so you did have something to talk about in the vlog?
Well, I didn't rant about it. I just went, you know what, we're moving on. I'm just moving on. Just moving on. It's been a hard journey this year. Last year, I did not have this much trouble. The year before, I'd done the short list, did not have this much trouble. But anyway, it is what it is. And Hello, Glenda. Thank you for joining. Finished What I'd Rather Not Think About, International Booker Shortlist book. It was about suicide grief. 4 out of 5 stars.
Yeah, okay. It was good at least.
At least it was good. Maybe a tough topic, but at least it was good. We'll be reading A Silver Chair by C.S. Lewis. Awesome. Hello and welcome. Came over from Brittany's. The war cry has started. I love how this is a thing now in all the sprints. In the comments. Here from America and doing good. Awesome. We also have people from Sue is from Southern California. Welcome. Hello, Stevie. How are you? I'm here from Brittany's Sprints, still awake and in Florida, USA. What's going on? There it is. It wasn't coming up then. I'm like, what's happening? It's flashing at me in the back. Julie popped in and off to bed. That is fine. It is late for a lot of people. Hello, in the Rocky Mountains of Colorado, where I just finally stopped snowing this week. At least it stopped snowing. Hopefully it gets warmer.
I am also in Colorado on the western slope.
Awesome. Has it been still snowing in your neck of the woods?
God, no, it's the desert over here. We don't like snow. Every time it comes around, we chase it out. I hate that shit.
I know that statement was coming.
Like,
hello, Tracy. Hello, Tracy. How are you? Reading Angel's Resurrection by Nalini Singh. I hope I got that right. Probably didn't, but anyway.
Yes.
Well, I know the last name is Singh. I'm not too sure about the first name. Yeah.
Nalini. That's not what you said?
Nalini, yeah.
Yeah, that sounds right to me.
Every now and again, my tongue and brain line up and work really well. For the most part of my life, don't expect that from me. Every now and again, you will be mildly surprised. Oh my God, she said it. The best one is Hanya Yanagihara. Rolls off the tongue the first time, straight off the tongue. Give me a simple name. Can't talk. Don't speak English anymore.
It's like Sue Brown.
And the sad thing is, that's not even an exaggeration. Oh my goodness. Kay is pushing for another 10 hours, done 11, and feeling pretty awake. We'll see. I have another book ready. Awesome. Hey, you need to just have like a VIP sign right next to you. You're a very important person to our sprints. If you drop off, we know that you've fallen asleep. So that's perfectly okay. You've already done 11 hours, so that's fine. Jess has also joined us. I just finished up a late dinner, going to listen to Thistlefoot while watching my BF's video game. Boyfriend? Best friend? Boyfriend. Yeah. I'm going to go boyfriend.
I'm going to go with boyfriend. What video game, though? That's the question.
Yeah, this is true. This will establish a little bit further investigation by us, and then we can make a judgment whether it's best friend or boyfriend. Deb is also here. Hello, how are you? Thank you very much for joining. Makes sense. I know when I read books with mild dysfunctional families, I fairly mild abuse. I'm just comparing notes, not really empathizing, but more extreme stories often affect me, which, yes, I'm the same too.
It's embellished in order to make people who have felt a little feel more.
Yeah. No. Yeah. I don't think you felt enough the first time around. Let's just jam that home and make you cry.
More
Make
like
you feel
I
bad.
don't know if it's going to impact you unless I make it worse.
Definitely. You know, and just when you think it's finished, boom, take that and see how you cope with that bit.
Dude, I could
And
not
hang
believe
on a minute, you're not in the fetal position and twitching in the corner. Let me just dump this on you too.
Yeah, I could not believe the end of part 5, bro. Like I knew the main character thing was going to happen, but motherfucker. I was like, fuck.
I think when I was reading it, I was out here, and all Savannah. This was when Savannah was still living at home, and all she had. I'm like,
No! I didn't
she's
make
like,
any audible sounds. I was just
oh,
like,
I did. Savannah was in there laughing at me. She goes, I knew you'd have that reaction. I'm like, shut up, you.
Fuck that, Savannah.
I'm like, yeah, bitch, you could have warned me. I love my children, but sometimes, geez, they set me up.
Not good looking out, brah.
Hello, Cool Gamer. Thank you for joining. Jean is also here as well. I'll be going to bed after the chatty bit at 15% of Wild Love. That is okay. I know it's very late for you.
Jean's ahead of me on a book, Nicole. Give her props.
Whoa.
I'm at 8%.
Almost half. Like that again. That's awesome. Go, Jean.
Go, Jean.
Would a little life find a way to traumatize me even though I don't have trauma? Yes.
Yeah, I think that it's a. Yeah, I think that
my children don't have any.
If you're a human with a heart and you care about people, it's gonna touch your feelers. It's at least gonna give you some shit to think about. I don't know that it will impact you as much because I feel like it's written for people who already have trauma, to be completely honest with you. I feel like it's written to heal. Almost like maybe not to heal, but to help cope, to
maybe think that your life is not as bad as you thought it was. There's a bit of that.
There is a bit of that. Yeah, actually, to be completely honest, your life is not as bad as it could be, for fuck sure.
And mind you, that is also the understatement of the century.
Stevie, it's sad if you can empathize, then I think that you'll feel bad for these people for sure.
Yeah, if you're not dead on the inside, you will feel something for sure.
Definitely feel something. I mean, I like the way you feel, but you don't feel.
Need to feel some more. I like how Coda is so understanding with his reviews. I feel that the author of A Little Life enjoyed wallowing in misery and trauma way more than she needed to. I felt misery pornesque. It felt, sorry. See, there you go. I can't speak.
I was expecting that going in, and so maybe that helped with, when you expect something to be big, it's always less than what you expect. But
question is, was it less than you expected in this book though?
It's not that I'm being understanding with the author, it's that because of my personal in real life shit, I can have more I just have a different understanding than people who can't relate as well to some of the things in there. And by that, I don't mean like the actual trauma relating to the types of trauma, just relating to the aftermath of trauma, relating to the dealing with trauma, relating to the having a person who is dealing with trauma that I'm dealing with, that kind of stuff. So a lot of that stuff was very on point, very, very on point.
Very much so. Sending positive thoughts. When I read A Little Life, I sobbed. that crying, that crying where you can't speak near the end. It was painful, but the connection to the words was powerful, very much so.
Well
But you
said.
can't say that the author didn't do what she intended to do. Like if you have read that book, you know that it is well written, it's well structured. The trauma aside, everything about that book is great.
Just the character development
Yeah,
alone is
yeah.
immaculate. Like, not even halfway through the book, I felt like I knew these people. Like I was in their
They were
friend.
real life people. Yeah,
Yeah,
they were in
like,
your friend group. Yeah.
and it's so realistic as far as internal thoughts, and she did a good job. She did
She did do a good job. Still only got 3 stars from me though.
I can't decide what to give it. It's hard for me because it's like I want to judge it from an outsider person. I want to judge it like Stevie, like I don't have any trauma. I want to know what it's like to read it when you can't relate to it. And
But
so,
I mean, on a whole, I think every human is broken in.
Say what?
I think on a whole, every human has gone through some sort of trauma.
Some sort of trauma, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just me, the loving somebody who's suicidal was very, like, it's just somebody who's clinically depressed. Because, like, you guys, I'm not Jude, I'm Willem, obviously. And so he's not, for anybody who doesn't know, he's not the main character, but he's probably the second main character.
Yeah.
And oh, man.
And I think
chapter, dude. Oh my god. You know what's really good about that book is that you don't know who Harold's talking to the whole book when there's a Harold chapter. And there's only a few Harold chapters where he's like, it's like letter form. He's talking to somebody. You don't know who he's talking to until the last chapter of that book. And that was good. Yeah.
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 And I think that the author also portrayed, like with the secondary character, like the friend group and all the rest of it, being someone that has dealt with like good close friends such as like yourself, basically with the whole trauma around depression and all that sort of stuff, and end of life thoughts and all that. I think that the author also portrayed the fear that they were feeling very well. Like you were saying, like you get the inner dialogue from their inner thoughts and stuff like that, which a lot of their responses was also to the fear and trying to protect themselves from what was going on. Because I know for me, when I've been, like my really good friend of 40 years, when we've had those moments, my automatic reaction is to become stoic and step back so I can be strong to help. But then it's frustrating because she's pushing you away at the same time. So I think that, like, just reflecting back on my experience with that book, I felt that the author really did convey that really well with the characters. As you said, the character growth in all the characters was pretty good, and on point too. So yeah.
See, and I'm like that too. I get stoic when things get serious too. And sometimes the people who come to you in those moments don't want that. Sometimes they just want you to cry with them.
But and yeah,
their feelings without giving insight. And this book touches on we could talk about this book all night. That's what makes it a high star book for me. Like I'll probably never forget this book. Like I'll forget details because I'm old and I always do. But I'll remember.
But if you end up with Alzheimer's and start regressing back, you'll get to relive it all again. Dark
probably
humor.
will
Dark.
reread this book at some point, but I'll wait until I'm like old.
Yeah.
And retired.
I'm probably not going to reread it with you, but never say never, right? Because I can see us in our old age. Well, I've already got grey hair, so I'm not far from super old age. But anyway,
I'm 62 and you're 70 something. It's time to reread A Little Life. I'll be reading it out loud at the resto.
Rebecca is a much happier book than Diary of Anne Frank. Yes, I agree. Totally agree with this statement, Jamie. Hello, Paul. How are you? Thank you for joining. And it's a fiction book. A great reaction to a women's price novel. I've said this about just about every book. This would make a really good non-fiction book. This would make a really good non-fiction book.
From
I feel
what
like a broken record.
I feel like that would make a really good non-fiction group. Or fuck, what am I trying to say?
Did you catch my disease? Can you not speak now? I'm already 62 with my mouth. Sending hugs to Coda, yes. Lots of big hugs. Got 41 pages to go in Spider's Revenge. Awesome, making good progress on that. So you've finished your sprints, Paul, have you? Going to tuck the younger one while we're hanging the spider chat.
Having.
Okay, cool. All right.
Spider chat.
Yeah.
Were we talking about spiders earlier, or was just Paul?
Just Paul.
Oh wait, you were talking.
I was, yeah, because that's in the book.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, 40. That was like 40 minutes ago. And I agree with this. I don't find this one depressing at all. Who knew the suicide book, the least depressing book on the list?
I'm telling you, that sounds captivating. What is it called?
In Defense of the Act.
I'm going to put it on a list.
I think this is very, very good. Like, this is the comment. I'm going to have to keep this one. Send me this comment in Discord, Chris, because I'm going to put this in my vlog. And this is what Chris had to say.
I'll screenshot it for you. Hold on.
Cool. And this is what Chris thought of the entire list, because Chris has got a few comments in, I think I've mentioned in every vlog. So
I have to send it in Instagram because Voxer doesn't let me paste.
That's just rude.
I know. Freaking
Constant Reader is here. Hello, how are you? Yada Coda, for your exciting news. I love the look in Coda eyes when he says the word editing. Editing. Bugs out. Yeah. Let me at it. Sasha's also here. I finished Flawless earlier, filmed 2 videos. Now I don't know what to do. Edit videos?
Watch TV with me. What do you want to watch?
Yeah, could watch TV. Should clean or something. Yeah, cleaning. That's another time.
That sounds horrible.
It does sound horrible. I don't agree with that. Starting Harry Potter 4 and going to start to sort out the KU list. Awesome. Now, don't forget that we do have that video on either Neva's channel or mine. You can go and watch it and see what's going on. All right. With that, we are going to go to a sprint because we've been chatting for 45 minutes almost. So, Coda, are you sticking around for one sprint and coming back, or are you going to bounce out now?
How long are we sprinting? An hour?
Yeah, an hour.
I'll probably stick for one.
Okay, cool. All right. Awesome. What time is it there?
Much fun. 10 to 10.
Okay.
10 to 10.
10 to 10.
Century
Mountain
time.
time.
Guess what I bought today?
What did you buy today?
Ice cream.
Besides ice
I'm gonna
cream? Yay!
cream. I bought
Sounds like a good
Snickers
plan.
ice cream bars, so it's not like a tub of ice cream. I'm not gonna sit here and like dill pickle prego out or anything, but I did get ice cream bars.
Now that is a description if I've ever heard it. Dill pickle
You knew
prego
exactly
out.
what I meant, though. You got a mental picture.
Yeah, I did. I'm like, that's just not good.
It was like the carton was sitting on my belly. Oh my god! You know what else happened today?
That's,
Oh, my phone's dead. My little sister in Texas had a baby
oh, boy, girl.
girl. Her name
Oh,
is Brooklyn Kate.
oh nice. And mum and baba doing good?
I mean, I just got the pictures like right before I got on Sprint, and then my phone died, so I haven't talked to anybody. That's probably what I'll do during the Sprint. Is I'll call my
Yeah.
mom and her and be like, "How's it going? Anything hurt?"
Such brotherly love.
But I did get pictures, so I'll show them off in the next Sprint.
Awesome. Alrighty. Let's go to our first sprint. That is so exciting. Love it when a family grows. All right, we will see you all. It's her first too, is it?
It's her first. It's the first
Oh,
in our family on my mom's side. It's just me and her.
okay.
And yeah, she's 6 years younger than me, so
Nice. Oh,
yeah,
that's so good. Uncle Carter. All right, let's go to a sprint. We'll see you in an hour.
Hi, friend.
Hey. How you doing?
No, I didn't know what was going on.
Chilling.
It's all frozen. Hey, Neva, how you going?
Hello, I'm going great. I survived 30 and 30, and I actually read 30 books in 30 days. Okay. Did I finish it at like the last possible minute? Yes. But I also finished Hermione and posted her on the Instagram.
Aww.
So now I'm hitting up Hagrid because he's the last one that I have until I can do another Diamond Art Club order and get. Who am I missing? I'm missing Dobby, Luna, Dumbledore, and Draco Malfoy. I also have Lala kitted up, but I haven't started her yet because she's a square. So, but she's been for like 2 days. Ari was like, "Why haven't you started Lala?"
I was just making fun of Luna's voice earlier at my friend's house. I was like, Luna Lovegood. Hi, Harry.
Oh, that's so funny.
Oh, I did listen to the last chapter 19 because I thought I had gone to the. Wait, are we going to the top of 20 or 21?
21.
21.
Okay, well, I have one more chapter of Harry Potter to listen to then. Because I stopped at the top of 20. Because I was like, how did I not listen to chapter 19? So I was like, well, I'll just listen to it now. And then I was like, okay, cool, I'm caught up because I'm at the top of chapter 20, but now you're telling me I'm supposed to be at the top of chapter 21. So I guess in the next sprint, I'm going to go back to listening to. I'm going to listen to the last chapter of Harry Potter. I'm caught up. It's fine. That's fine. But yeah, otherwise I'm not really reading. I'm gonna be honest. I started listening to Call Me Maybe again, which I listened to last night just because I wanted noise. And I'm already caught up on all my shows because I did that during the pizza party sprints. I caught up on all my shows that I've been neglecting for the last not quite 30 days. I've only been neglecting it for like the last week.
That's why she was catching up on her 30 for the last.
I need to also listen to The Hunted, but I don't really feel like it. To be honest, I just don't really. I'm not really feeling it.
Where are you up to?
I don't know. I'm like 25% in. It's just not. I can't really say a lot because like it's for a vlog that's coming out soon, on Saturday. But also I did. I mean, it was 4 hours late. Well, it was 28 hours late. But my announcement video is up on my channel. If you would like to go watch it, please do. It's pretty rough. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Because I did it in one take and I just threw that puppy up on the channel. It's like it's the first video, like actual video, not sprints or a live stream, but the first video that I've done since the Britney vlog, which was in February.
Yeah.
So clearly I've not been in a creation mood. Clearly.
To be honest though, like I sort of find like when you're doing sprints a couple of times a week, and the books that you're reading, we talk about them, so then we inevitably forget to record them because not everybody comes to sprints.
Well, you know what's funny is Jess was saying this like the same thing because I was like, I just feel like because we were talking about it on the pizza party sprints, and I was like, yeah. Because we were talking about it after, because I said, like, yeah, the video's up, and like Lexi had shared the video in the comments, and then I was like, yeah, have I had a video since February? Absolutely not. And like Jess was like, yeah, but like you're on sprints all the time. Like people know what you're doing. Like it's not like I just like disappeared. You know what I mean? Like I've been around. You know? And then Bree was like, well, you have moved twice in the last like 4 months. Well, 6 months, which is true. Like since December, I've moved literally twice. And one of those was to like a whole new state. It's fine. One day I will get my life together. But also, I find that like you'll get like a whole bunch of videos from me all at once, and then I just stop making videos for like a month. So you'll get like 2 or 3 videos like back to back. So like you'll get like a whip and chat and like a couple vlogs, and then I just don't post any more videos for like a month. And then I come back and I'm like, oh, I feel creative again. Like right now, I feel very cool for the Kindle/Kindle Unlimited Mayhem, because I'm like, oh, now I can make Kindle content.
Well, that's a perfect segue for you, because you've been saying that you wanted to do Kindle content, so this is the perfect time to do it, because we're doing the Mayhem. So
yeah, so I'm like, cool. Plus, I've had a few people message me about it. Like specifically about like how to do like collections and stuff. So I guess I need to make a more in-depth video than my 4-minute aggravated video that I made. That I thought I was filming for 10 minutes. That's why that video is only 4 minutes. It's because I actually had like a 15-minute video, but I never hit record. Like I thought I had hit record, and then I went to stop the video, and it started recording, and I almost threw my phone out the window.
I've been there. I feel your pain. I've been there, and I'm like, damn, I don't even know what I said.
I literally had sorted 150 books from Stuff Your Kindle Day, and I didn't record any of it. So I had to take 10 books back out so that I could record a 4-minute video.
Better than nothing.
Sure. How did you do, Coda? Now that I've talked for 10 minutes.
Question: is my internet laggy?
No.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Is mine laggy? I don't know. It could be me.
Am I laggy?
I'm moving around. Pure chaos around here.
And it just got weird.
Are you laggy? Are you laggy? Are you laggy?
I don't know, Coda. Are you laggy?
Oh wait, wrong way. I remembered the first time to go the opposite way.
How'd you go on that sprint?
I talked to my mama on the phone for most of the whole sprint. Yeah, my little sister had a baby, and it's exciting. I talked to my mom.
Baby. I was just telling someone actually that somebody needed to have a baby, and then I remember that this person's daughter is having a baby, and so now I want to buy all the baby things because I ain't having no damn baby. Not me. No ma'am, no sir. But I want to buy somebody else baby things because they're cute. But I am not having a baby. Absolutely not. Nope. My baby making days.
Okay.
Let me tell you what I forgot to do.
What did you forget to do?
What's that?
Have an ice cream.
Well, you better go do that in the next sprint.
I'm on it next sprint.
I read almost 10% of my book, so I am officially a quarter of the way through, I think. Let me just check that.
Is this a women's prize book?
The last one, Eva.
In Defense
yes.
Act. Well, I love you, but I'm not going on that journey. That sounds depressing.
Well,
it sounds interesting.
Sure. I thought the last one sounded interesting, and then I went on not a vacation, we went on a whole journey.
Okay, I'm gonna have to. Something's going on. Something's going on in the back of house here. I'm gonna have to pop out for a second and come back in. I don't know what's going on. I'm like comments are jumping around and going spastic and all that sort of stuff. So I'm gonna pop out, pop back in. I'll see you in a moment. Talk amongst yourselves.
Someone said Ari was too adorable for this world. Look, right here.
Oh, Rachel.
Thanks, Rachel. So nice. Also, Rachel, I just need to say this out loud because I feel stupid. Okay. So Rachel sends me reels on Instagram. My dumbass, how did I? Okay, like the other day, like because Rachel sends them to me pretty regularly. Like I see them a lot, right? And I was like, who? And so the other day I was like, who is this author that is just sending me reels? Like she sends me reels all the time. And then I realized that it was Rachel. But like this has been like Rachel has been sending me reels now for like a couple of at least like a month and a half. And my ass was just like, wow, it's so nice of this random author to send me reels. And here's the thing. The reels that she sends, this is the great part. The reels that she sends are all like dark romance reels or just like funny. Like they're all like things like that I'm like, this person must know who I am.
Neva.
The whole time it's Rachel. So Rachel, I feel really stupid. So you're welcome for that. Randomly send a reel. Yeah. And I'm just like, wow, this person. And every time she sends me a reel, I'm like, wow, this person like, I'm like, do I know this person? And it took me until like last Thursday to put the profile pictures together. Like to realize that they're the same profile picture.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my dumbass moment of the week. So you're welcome for that. I mean, that makes sense. And also, like, the reels that you send are so spot on. I was like, wow, this person really, like, either they stalk me or they know me in life. Clearly, Rachel knows me in life. So you're welcome for that little tidbit of information that probably wasn't needed. Nicole, did you hear all that?
Can't hear you.
She's muted.
Missed all that.
Okay, so here's a little fun thing. So first of all, Rachel posted this, and I was trying to figure out why. But that's really nice, you know, that Ari's too adorable for this world. But also, last Thursday, I figured out after like I'd probably say like at least 2 months of Rachel sending me reels on Instagram. I was like, who is this random author sending me reels on Instagram? But like that's so nice. But also like they fit like who I am as a person. They're all like dark romance reels or just like funny reels. It's been Rachel the whole time. But I didn't figure this out until last Thursday during Harry Potter Sprints.
Mm-hmm.
When I saw her profile picture and was like, oh, that's Rachel. And then like I like got a reel from her like the next day. And it was like, this has been Rachel the whole time. Because here's the thing, this whole time, I was like, wow, it's so nice that this random author who I don't know to send me these reels. You know what I'm saying? Like, she sends them very consistently. And I just, like, I watch them all and then I, like, heart them because, like, I don't always know what to say. This is just, like, in life. It's not necessarily Rachel. It's just, like, in life. I don't always know, like, what to say. So I just, like, heart react to all of them. But I was just like, okay, either this author, like this person, like knows me and I'm just stupid, which is clearly the point here, or like clearly the case here, or this person's been stalking me and just like knows what I read. No, it's just been Rachel. So she just knows who I am.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the dummy, honestly. So yeah, that's my like dumbass moment of the week. Well, except for yesterday when I dumped half a bag of nacho cheese into some beef, but that was an accident. I didn't do that actually on purpose. Although I did not get fired. Okay, I had a little moment. I convinced myself. Well, because we had to call, like, I had to call Maggie, the GM, to let her know because, like, effectively that ruined an entire, like, not an entire thing, but like half a bag of beef. You know what I mean? So, like, if we have to throw that much beef out, like, we have to report it to the GM so that she can. And I, like, had really, and she was like, oh, she even said on the phone, she was like, oh, it's no big deal. She's like, I've never done that before. And I was like, yeah, me either. And then, like, I yelled the F word so loud.
To be fair, that's probably a natural reaction, like, for anybody.
Like, the bag slipped because I had cut the top off and the bag slipped as I was trying to grip it. And I watched it, like, in slow motion. I mean, the other option was for it to, like, fall the other way, and then it would have been, like, all over my pants. It would have, like, burned my legs. Like, it would have been a like, I would have basically, like, the only way for me to save myself would have been I would have had to, like, strip my pants off in front of everybody. Like, honestly.
And this is not something you want to be doing at work.
Still screaming the F word, probably.
So, like, it's good that it, like,
and
dumped
other things
the other way and, like, into the beef. You know, nobody got burned or hurt or anything. But the volume at which I yelled the F word, like, there was an older lady in there who, like, she, like, didn't have pearls on, but, like, if she had, she would have been clutching them. Like, she, like, did, like, this, like, when I did that, and I was like, I'm so sorry. But also, it was, like, 10 at night, and I've never done that before. It just, like, slipped out of my hand and just poured all just into the beef, and I was just like, Bree said I was just trying to make nachos.
Yeah, that's it. They were just going with something different. Just revamping the menu a little bit.
Like, you couldn't use that beef, like, in anything that it went in. Like,
so no, because
you couldn't take it home.
So you can't, because it's considered, like, it has to be thrown away because it's considered contaminated. Because it's been mixed. Like, it's not like, and I mean, obviously, like, there are, like, the 5-layer burrito or, like, crunch wrap, like, we put, like, nacho cheese and then beef on it, but, like, you can't serve it, like, mixed together like that.
Wow.
I don't know how anyone know, but, like,
yeah, I was gonna say, how would you even know? Where were you up to in the comments, Neva?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know, because you starred something, and I don't know what you left off.
We didn't
actually start comments.
Oh, okay, cool.
I just saw that old one and I clicked it.
Okay, well, yeah, I got to, yes, I am reading, to answer your question, I couldn't hear what you were saying. It was just cutting in and out, so I had to go out and come back in, and then it wasn't letting me back in, so that's why it took so long. I'm like, oh, okay, no worries, I'll just be in the comments. And then it let me in.
Well, good thing I can take over if I have to.
Yeah, well, that's it. That's why I said I'm going to pop out. Oh, but I've had it where I haven't been able to do anything in StreamYards. I've gone out, shut my computer down and all the rest of it, and then come back in. And no one's gone. The stream was still going. So.
I've done that before too. So
yeah. So Jack got 50 pages into Deep End of the Ocean. And posted the new Dewey's announcement banner on all 6 sites. Awesome. And so we've talked about Rachel and Ari. Got 25% into Trace of the Sun, another family trauma book. Yay! And this is on the Women's Prize as well. So the book I'm reading today in the Defense of the Act is talking about suicide. And but well, it's actually not that bad. It's actually, I'm actually really enjoying it. Who knew? As Chris said, who knew that a suicide book was going to be the best book of the list?
See, that's how you know that these books have not been great. If a suicide book is the best that you got going on here.
No, it's not. Well, Maiden was good. I liked Restless Dolly Malda. There's actually been quite a number of books that I actually liked on this list. A lot of them have been all centered around trauma, but there's still been some good books in there. Alec Hat finished their book. Awesome. That's what we like to see. My last video was 5 months ago where I said I was working on another video but have yet to do anything with it.
you know what? To be honest with you, at this point, I'm just not going to tell anybody. Like, if people ask me like what I'm working on, like I'll say like.
Do you know what? That's what I started doing. I stopped saying that I was going to do things. I set up my sprints, and that's it. And then I just decided that's it.
I'm willing to even like say like, oh yeah, I have like these ideas or whatever. But I'm just not gonna say like, oh, this vlog will be out. Like, I can tell you that I've been working on Brianna's reading my friend's favorite books vlog. I've been working on that since December, and I asked her at one point if she wanted me to just scrap it, and she was like, honestly, she's like, it could come out at the end of 2024, the beginning of 2025, and it would be fine because like she also understands, because I started that vlog. Actually, I started in November because I started it before everything kind of like exploded, and then I was like, oh, I'll get it done by the end of March. Well, then we had to move at the beginning of March, and so I was like, you know what, I'll finish it whenever I finish it at this point. And Bree was like, it's really fun. So someday you'll see more videos from me. When will that be? Who knows?
In May, hopefully.
Oh yeah, you'll see videos from me in May because I'll actually have something to make videos for. You'll also see videos from me in June. So, because I mean, she's already talked about it a little bit, but Amazing Raython is in June, so you'll see me do videos for that.
Thea did not read during that, but did record a video, washed the dishes, and got a snack. These are all important things.
Right.
Am I laggy? Dancers? No, I'm moving in real time. It's looking good. Alicia got about 30 pages into American Roommate Experiment, getting sleepy. Thank you for the sprints and have a good night. Oh, good night. Hopefully you sleep well. Hello. Oh, by the way, hello, Rachel. How are you? I didn't say hello because I had to duck on out. How are you? I will send you all the things that will make you smile. That's friendship. That is friendship.
Well, I mean, now that I know that it's you, I'll be like, I'll be more like, I feel like I wasn't very appreciative of these memes or these reels because I was like, I don't know who the hell is setting these, but it's really nice that they just be setting reels, you know, multiple reels at a time. It's really cool. But now that I figured out that it's Rachel, after like, I don't know why I did not figure this out 2 months ago, but it's fine. Now I'll be like, thanks, Rachel. Like, I'll say something. I've just been like watching them. I haven't really, like, I just watch them and I react. I don't acknowledge, I don't say anything.
At times I wonder if I annoy people with my reels of friendship, but fuck it. I saw it and I thought of you.
No, that's the thing. You don't annoy me with your reels of friendship. I'm just an idiot and couldn't figure out who you were. So I was like, so I felt awkward because I was like, why is this random person saying 1,000 reels? But
Have Neva and Nicole been practicing the mashed potato dance for a future video or a stream? Yes, I do this constantly at 2:00 in the morning.
We practice off camera our mashed potato dance, Shannon, not on camera. And it's not for a future video.
Oh my god.
Just for fun.
Listen, I will not be doing the mashed potato dance. I'm just gonna be.
Oh, now come on, Neva, get with the program. We've got to do all the dances for Shannon.
How do you even do the mashed potato?
I don't even know.
Anybody know?
I guess like that.
Mashed potato. That's the Wiggles dance.
Person that doesn't.
Who's got the clap?
I'm gonna give you. Let me give you the
clap. What did Neva and Nicole think about the rise of the AI girlfriends? I don't even know what this is.
First of all, why? Okay. If you're gonna have an AI girlfriend, you might as well just get like a
blow up doll.
You know what I'm saying? At least then you can actually like do something. Like, what are you gonna do with an AI girlfriend?
I guess that she talks back. I guess blow up doll doesn't.
It is.
That
depends on if you want to talk or if you want to not talk.
Yeah, that's right.
I just feel like if all you're wanting is like the closeness, you don't really need.
I agree with this, Chris. In the defense of the act is a nice surprise. I'm actually really enjoying it. Like,
Listen, I believe you. I just refuse.
Well, in defense, it's not all about. It's just the person that's like, from what I've read so far, she's talking about how, like, I know people are going to get pissed at this, so just hold on to your pearls and hold on to your panties. It's okay. It's just a book. She's talking about how sometimes that person taking their life has consequences that are good. Like the paragraph that I just read now, like just read then, there was a guy that was being an absolute asshole to this girl, so much so that she didn't want to go to uni and all the rest of it. Well, he ended up topping himself on that. But when you step back and take a look at it, because he was actually being very threatening to her, that he was going to rape her and possibly kill her, that him taking his life gave her an opportunity to have her life. That's where the defense is coming in, like taking a step back and looking at it objectively, like what was the outcome of this? Yes, it's sad that it happened and all that sort of stuff, but if he hadn't have done that, it could have been far worse. He could have taken his life as well as this other person's life. And then someone, like, yes, he's missing out on his life, but obviously he was quite disturbed. So in objectively looking at it, I have to agree with that. It's better that he went and not both of them or her, because that would have been more tragic, even though it was still a tragic circumstances. So everybody calm down, because I know that that's going to irk some people the wrong way. That just breathe through it. It's okay. It's just an opinion. So yeah, I look forward to her next book too, and I'm only 25% of the way through. Defeated a migraine, but now I'm dealing with period brain teaming up with my ADD. Ooh, fun times.
It sounds complicated.
Yeah, it is. That's some issues right there. Got stuff written for this book. So that's something. Yes, that is something. That is awesome. So nice and productive, even with all going on.
I'm sorry. I just saw Chris's question. I'm sorry.
Shon's like, I think so. I really do think so.
We're gonna have to start calling Shannon Maestro.
Maestro is here. Or every time we see a name, we just got to do a little bit of a boogie. I don't know what I'm doing, but anyway, I'm joking.
I also sees this.
Listen, I'm allowed to mention this on the internet, but the other day, someone, because I refer to someone as not by their name. Well, I don't, usually I don't refer to them by their name. But he gave me permission to talk about this because it was funny. Okay? So yesterday, he was like, who do you tell your friends I am? And I was like, oh, I just refer to you as boyfriend all the time. Like, that's just what I refer to him as usually. Well, I guess with you guys, I call him by his name. But, with, the besties and stuff, he's just boyfriend. That's it. And he was like, wow. He was like, what? He was like, what a name. And I was like, well, what would you prefer that I call you? Because, I'm not going to just call you by your name. Because, first of all, it feels, I don't usually call my partners by their name anyway. Which I know sounds like when I'm talking to them, I don't call them by their name, which sounds weird. I know that, but usually there's some kind of pet name or something, or I'll just be like, "Hey, you," with face. I do that a lot too. But he was like, "So you just go around and call me boyfriend to people?" And I was like, "Yeah." So he is away right now. So the people that he's around, he just refers to me as his old lady. So I was like, I didn't know we were part of a motorcycle gang, dude. Are we on,
old lady?
Are we on Sons of Anarchy? Yes. What the hell? And he was like, well, everyone doesn't need to know your name. And I was like, that's true, but like, old lady? Like, you got to come up with something else?
Come up with something better than that. Jesus Christ. If my partner called me his old lady, I'd snot him.
Old lady? I mean, I know that we're back in like this country hick town, bro, but like, I'm only 32.
Gosh. I hate the word wench, but I'd even go wench over old lady.
He's an old lady. I was like,
I remember once a guy called me a wench, and I said, do I have like ale in my hand and my boobs up around my chin?
Like, I feel like I would almost prefer that he just like become like a rapper for a minute and be like, yeah, you know, my bitch. Like, I would rather he call me that than old lady.
Yeah, boy. Yo, bitch.
What the hell?
Anyway, Carly says, I get frog reels sent to me often by people. They're always welcome. That's always nice. A tea dancing is what happens before sprints go live, a sort of bonding thing to rev up energy and get going before live. Yeah, that's what we do.
It's not music. It's just like, who wouldn't want to dun, dun, dun,
want to dance,
dun,
honestly.
dun, 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 dun.
The actual whole song is actually not too bad.
I mean, it's groovy.
Isn't there a movie where a teenage girl is forced by her mother to do the mashed potato dance? I recall something like that. I'm not too sure. Oh no, he found the movie with the mashed potato dance. It was the original Hairspray.
John Waters, he's always coming up.
I thought Neva said she preferred being called Miss Garden of Ease.
Yeah. Garden of Ease. I thought that was a name for a vagina.
No, ma'am. No, maestro.
Isn't that a name for wasn't that one of Shannon's vagina nicknames?
The Garden of Ease?
Yeah, the Garden of...
Was it a vagina?
Listen.
Just love these sprints. They're awesome.
I entered the chat and it became chaos. So.
It was already a little bit hectic before that. It's just been hectic all day. Anyway.
It's my bedtime.
Coda's now yawning. And wanting ice cream, and he's like, hurry up and go to a sprint so I can leave.
Ice cream does sound good. I love you guys.
I love you guys, but I'm gone because I'm gonna eat ice cream and I'm going to bed. Are you gonna eat ice cream in bed?
No.
In bed? I feel like that's a bad idea.
No, I'm gonna eat ice cream right here. I'm gonna watch an episode of X-Men 97.
X-Men 97.
It's the reboot of the old X-Men cartoon from the 90s.
Oh.
They've like made new episodes, but in the same style. So
well, I saw
figures I don't fucking fall asleep for 20 fucking minutes.
Well,
if you eat ice cream, you can be awake for at least 10 of those 20 minutes.
Yes, then I was like, oh, that was some good ice cream.
Well, when I was catching up on 90 Days The Single Life, which for some godforsaken unknown reason, they decided to make the freaking tell-all into 5 parts. So I had to watch this damn tell-all for 5 weeks straight. I almost died. Anyway, if they had one more part, I would be like, you know what? I'm good. I don't even give no more. Like, I don't care. Like, people were being served with divorce papers. We had, like, a dude on there giving advice to another guy, and the guy giving advice has had, like, 150 bodies or something. Unbelievable. I was just like, you know what? I'm done with this. Anyway, but the good thing that came out of this is that I feel
like you're very passionate about this show.
I know. I'm not
sure why.
Anyway,
I'm not sure what's giving me that vibe.
The only thing I can think of the whole time is I'm like, this sounds like Night Swim. I tried to watch Night Swim 3 times, and I'm not going to try again.
I just don't understand, like, why we needed 5 parts. It was unnecessary. It's usually 2 parts. You get, like, part 1 and part 2, but they gave me parts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I didn't need all that. Anyway, But they did give me a little like sneak peeky ad, and they're bringing back. They rebooted Pretty Little Liars
Oh, have they?
in like 2022, I
Don't
think.
think we really need that.
Well, it was actually pretty good. Like it was actually
Mm.
okay. But they're bringing it back. It's called like Pretty Little Liars Summer School or something. It looks good. I'm gonna watch it.
Mhm. So Carly has us in one ear and the professor in the other. That must be really hard for you not to be laughing.
What a good use of your time.
I am indeed leaving. Yes.
Yes. More important question before you go. Who's your favorite X-Men?
Storm.
Mine is a tie between Storm and Wolverine. But here's the thing about it.
If you're talking movie, I'll have to go like Storm as well as Wolverine.
I really only prefer Hugh Jackman's Wolverine. So
Yeah.
you're welcome. But Storm is like overall like my favorite.
Mhm.
She's always been my favorite since the 90s.
But Hugh Jackman's Wolverine just does something for me personally.
There's something about a badass chick or a chick that kicks ass that really does it for me, dude. So like when we went to go see Black Widow in the theater, I was like,
I went as
it was like a whole movie full of badass chicks.
for Halloween when I was 16. So.
Everybody's saying good night. See you in the morning. And still confused by 90 Day Fiance. Is that the one with the guy with the has no neck?
90 Day Fiance, yeah, that's Big Ed. He's back on the regular 90 Day Fiance because he's like, I don't know. In the current season, he's about to marry Liz. And I hate them both. They're just stupid. Like, she's stupid. She's like 28 or 30 or something. And she, like, why are you marrying Big Ed, ma'am? Absolutely not. And then he's just gross. I just don't like him as a human being. So,
fair. All right. On that note, we're going to say bye, Dakota, and we're going to go for an hour sprint. And we'll see you in the morning.
All right. Thanks.
I'll see you on your sprint. We'll be teleporting over to yours at 7 a.m. Mountain Time. Is that right?
That's right.
9 a.m. Eastern.
That's right.
There we go.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure that's right.
Yeah, because that's 8 o'clock my time. Because I'll probably pop in for like a minute and then go to bed.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
We'll see everybody tomorrow.
Sleep well. Bye.
Bye.
All right, you up for an hour? Is that okay?
Yep, that's good with me.
Cool, no worries. We'll see you in an hour, everybody. Happy reading. Well, hello. We are back. Well, I'm back. I don't know where Neva is. Oh, there she is. Hey. How'd you go?
I listened to some more of it. It's a re-listen, really, because I listened to it last night at work. But I don't really want to start another book, like a new book. So it's like, so I'm just re-listening to Call Me Maybe, which is an Audible original. I don't know. It's got like duet narration, which I figured out what the difference in this is. I shared a little reel today. So the difference between like dual narration and duet narration is like duet narration is like when they read it like a movie script. So like there's like more than one narrator and they each read like their parts of the book.
Okay.
Like they read every line that's their part.
Mm-hmm.
And then dual narration would be like if you have 2 points of view and then like dude reads his chapters and chick reads her chapters, but they read all of it.
Mm-hmm.
So apparently I prefer the duet narration where everybody just be reading together.
Nice. How long's the book for?
I only have like 30 minutes left.
Okay, cool.
It's like a 5-hour book, but like I have an hour and a half left. That's all.
Sweet.
1 minute.
I'm on page 71 of a 200-page book, so I don't have much to go. And the chapter I just read then, I swear someone fucking stole my life. I'm reading that and I'm like, who's the author of this? Is this my sister writing this section? Yeah. Even down to the father doing shift work.
Wow.
I'm like, oh yeah, interesting. Maybe not so much of the part about beating into the mother, but it was still some of that sort of stuff there. But anyway, that's beside the point. So yeah, I think I will finish this tonight, which will be good. And yeah.
And then you're done with the women's prize for fiction?
Oh, fuck yeah. I'll be done. I'm telling you, you're going to fucking hear it. And I'm still here to talk about it, which is great. Because, like, yeah. But this book's actually really good. I'm really enjoying the storyline. Like, each chapter's like it's the same person telling the story, but they're telling stories about the people that have done things in their life. So she's talking about her father right now because he tried to top himself when she was younger, but didn't succeed because she came in and he was able to get, like, the wife called the hospital, the ambulance rather, and he survived.
Right.
And the two chapters about her friends, Beth and Adam directly, like, threw himself in front of a train and Beth starved herself to death with an eating disorder. So she's talking about different ways that people do things. So I don't know we're talking about the father now, so I don't know where that's going to go. Oh, no, but yeah. I mean, heavy content, but it's written really well. Like, I'm really enjoying it. It's keeping me... I feel terrible saying I'm enjoying a book about suicide. But anyway, I'm enjoying the writing style.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like we can enjoy books with heavy topics in them.
Yeah.
I mean, at least you're not, like, hating your life reading this book, I guess.
No. And it was quite funny because in one section of the book, she was talking about there was a book club. And she could have been very well talking about A Little Life. the way one of the characters rambled on, like went off about this book, how or just all the things, I'm like, could have very well been talking about A Little Life right there.
Maybe that's what she was talking about. She just can't say it.
Yeah, to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know, Chris. What did you think? Did you think that Rachel was talking about A Little Life in that book, like in that chapter. Yeah, it was just like, oh my god, did we just have this conversation? It was a little bit deja vu-ish. So yeah, but I'm glad I ended on this book in a way. Like, I don't know how it's going to end yet. I've still got 120 pages, but I mean, I'm 71 pages in, and I'm really enjoying it. So, it'll be good to see how it ends up. All right, let's have a look and see what was happening in the comments while we weren't here. Nightbot turned up and reminded everybody to subscribe. So if you haven't subscribed yet, make sure that you do that. Rachel has left, but their favorite X-Men is Nightcrawler. He's just a nice person. Does not understand how No Neck Guy is getting women. I think that this is going to perplex us for quite some time yet, because yeah, I don't understand it either.
Who's getting women?
No Neck Guy in 90 Day Fiancé.
Oh, Big Ed?
Yeah, Big Ed.
Well,
Listen.
Here's what we need to understand about Big Ed. Okay. Big Ed was single for like 20-some years. After him and his ex-wife, divorced. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then he went to the Philippines and he met Rose online and then went to the Philippines. And then that fell apart. She ended up like leaving him for a woman or something. Anyway.
Mm-hmm.
That was like a whole thing, but that's where like the big controversy with Big Ed came in because Ed gifted Rose a toothbrush. Because she has an ulcer, which causes her breath to stink.
Mm-hmm.
And he thought it would be appropriate to gift her mouthwash and a toothbrush and toothpaste. Anyway, So that fell apart, right? And then Ed met Liz like at a restaurant. And now they've been like together. But that whole thing became controversial because Liz is actually younger or the same age as his daughter. I think they're like the same age. And then like she has a young daughter. I think she's like 8 or 9. And he met Liz when he like ate at this restaurant that Liz worked at. But yeah, she's just like really annoying. She just like annoys me because all she does is like bitch about Ed.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, okay, why are you even with him then? Anyway, and Ed annoys me because Ed is Ed. You know what I'm saying? He's just Ed. But she annoys me because like the two of them have broken up and gone back together, broken up and gone back together. Now they're engaged. You know, after they went to the resort. 90 Day Fiancé retreat or whatever the hell that was called. That one that I watched.
Yeah.
One. They got like she asked Ed to marry her at that. And now we're following their journey of being engaged. Like she went shopping for a wedding dress with her mother and her grandma. I don't know. It's just so stupid. You know?
Yeah. They're understandable.
They're my least favorite couple. Okay?
Fair enough. Sadia's favorite X-Men is Gambit, and Rachel says that Gambit is suave as AF. So Rachel has gone to sleep.
Good night, Rachel.
Good night. Sadia also head off to bed as well. Sleep tasty. See you tomorrow. The ice cream bar did not last 10 minutes, Nicole. Yeah. So, yeah. That happens. Chris is watching BBC Morning Live, and they have to tell people to clean out the lint drawer in their dryers. When did people become so helpless? I don't know.
I don't know. I just feel like nowadays, like people don't know simple things, and it's just really weird.
To be fair, when you take basic classes out of high school, such as home economics, sewing, and even, woodworking and, the manual arts and stuff, you take them out of schools, you are essentially taking out common sense.
Yeah, but even like here in America, like I don't feel like they even really do that much even with home ec, because like they're not teaching you how to like keep your home and like wash your laundry.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like home ec, like at least like when I was in high school, dude, like home ec was a collection of classes. So you could do like sewing, or you could all you're doing is like sewing or knitting or whatever the hell you're gonna do in that class. Then you have like your culinary class or like your cooking class. Like how to cook, obviously. Then you have like early childhood development, which was where you like learn how to take care of babies. So like they would send you home with like the computerized baby or whatever.
Yeah, we didn't have that here.
They'll teach you how to like balance a checkbook. I mean, not that anybody uses checks now, but you know what I'm saying. Like back then, people
they taught you, but like home economics was learning about the home, how to maintain a home, how to economically keep your home as well.
They taught us like how to budget. But they didn't teach you how to like balance a checkbook. They didn't teach you how to file taxes. They didn't teach you any of that.
No. We had business class here as well, where they did touch on a bit of the taxes and stuff like that. I remember one teacher just
I just feel like if we're gonna have home economics, like maybe actually teach us shit that like we need to know, like how to balance a check. Well, I mean, maybe not checkbook. A lot of people don't use checks anymore.
Well, when I like, so I've got
to file your taxes. Don't just like I remember on like home ec, they gave us like a sheet. Like there was a whole activity where they gave us a sheet of paper and they were like, these are all your household expenses. This is how much money that you make. And everybody had like a different amount of money that they made every month or whatever. Or you would budget like depending on like what job you were given, you would either budget by the month or you would budget by like bi-weekly, like depending on how they thought you would get paid. And then they'd be like, these are all your expenses. Now figure out how to make your money like last your whole month for like groceries and all that shit. But like they didn't teach us how to like file taxes. I didn't know how to file taxes until I got my first job when I was 18.
Yeah, well, the reason that they don't teach you how to file taxes is because the taxes change almost every day. There's some different change. So they can teach you the basics, and teaching you the basics of taxes is quite difficult because I mean teachers don't go to school for that. So and it's hard when it's always changing and whatnot. But when I went to school, we had textile and design. We had home economics, and the guys went and done like not just guys, there were girls in there as well, but manual arts, so such as woodwork, mechanics, all that sort of stuff. So there was a lot of common sense classes, and these days they don't have those classes.
So our high school does, like they still have, because like my brother's in woodworking. Then they have a home mechanics class, like where they teach you how to like work on cars. But also like our colleges here, we have universities, but then we also have like trade schools. So a lot of the kids, boys, girls, whoever, that choose to do things like woodworking or mechanics are specifically doing it because they plan on going into trade. They don't so they get like if you're like a senior, then you can get credit at the trade school. Trade.
Yeah, we have the same thing here. We have in-house programs schools where they can do like apprenticeships and traineeships and all the rest of it. They're called school-based traineeships, and they do all those and they get credit, and they end up with jobs and all that sort of stuff. Like they have hospitality and all that sort of thing, but they don't have the home science classes now, or the home economics classes aren't home economics. They're basically a cooking class, an art class, and a sewing class, and they don't have them as regular anymore. Like when I was at school, it was an elective that you took, and you took that for the whole 4 years, junior 4 years, and you can also take it in high, and then they would go into more depth things like depending on what you took and stuff. But yeah, like they just don't have like common sense classes anymore is what I would call them, because that is all the things that you learn in those classes, how to navigate a lot of the outside world. So things like laundry and all that sort of thing. But yeah, I just, yeah. And a lot of parents don't teach their kids. Like even my kids have come home and said how their friends don't know how to cook or anything like that. So it also falls back onto parents not having time to teach their kids.
There's two boys that I work with at work who are both seniors in high school. They don't know how to do their own laundry because they were talking about it, and they're like, "Yeah, my mom still does my laundry." And I was like, "How old are you? Like you're 17, 18 years old. Like how do you not know how to do laundry?" So like, what are you gonna do when you like go away to college? Like you're just gonna bring your laundry home every weekend so your mom can wash it? Like that's weird. You know what I'm saying? I mean, even
and that's what I mean. But I think it also comes down to the environment that everybody's in. Like, you know, back when I was a kid, mum was still a stay-at-home mum. It was still the done thing. But as we've got older and we've progressed through the generations, there's less time for parents. Like, it's a big thing to choose to stay home with your kids now. Like, it is sometimes it's a financial disadvantage to stay home with your kids. You know, like, but then, you know, there's two sides to that coin too. Like you can be at work and then you're not spending time with your kids anyway. Someone else is raising your kids.
But even then, like, I feel like if they're, I mean, even Ari knows how to wash her own laundry. She can't reach it here.
But that's what I mean. Some parents aren't teaching their kids,
right?
Whereas you're teaching your child.
I just think it's, well, she threatened me. That's why I taught her how to do her own laundry. She told me if I didn't teach her how to use the washing machine, she was going to crawl inside of it.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a good That's a good motivator for you to teach her how to use it.
So, I mean, here she can't wash her own laundry because of the way that the washer and dryer is stacked. She can't reach the washer. Yeah. But that's why, because she told me when we lived with Sam Mariah, she was like, if you don't teach me how to wash my own laundry, I'm going to crawl inside the washing machine. And I was like, what?
Okay. Fear's a great motivator. She's learned very early on in life that fear is a great motivator.
But like, even so, like I would have started, if she hadn't done that like a year ago, I would have started teaching her around like 8, 9 years old. At least like, hey, this is how, I mean, she folds her own laundry and puts it away. You know what I'm saying? Because she doesn't like the way that I fold things. So I told her if she doesn't like the way I fold things, then she can fold it. So she does. Yeah. But like, I just feel like it's like a disadvantage to your children for them to not know how to do certain things.
It is very much so.
When they move out, like if they choose to go to college, even kids that live in this town that go to the colleges in this town, and if they go to stay at the dorms, like you have to know how to do things for yourself. Unless you're going to call mommy and daddy to come drive across town every time you need something, which I mean, I guess some of them might do that, but like, why?
But yeah, and this is what it comes down to, and this is why people don't know how to empty their dryers.
It's just so weird.
I knew that Savannah was going to be moving out at 18 and she needed to know how to do things. So like she learned how to cook and all the rest of it. She can whip up a storm now. Nera Lee on the cooking front, she just doesn't want to do it. She can do it, but she just doesn't want to do it.
But that's different. It's different. It's because, I mean, technically I know how to cook a lot of things. I just don't. And the reason is because, well, first of all, Ari's not going to fucking eat it. But the other reason is because
that.
But another reason is because I don't know how to cook in small batches.
Yeah, same. Coda and I were talking about this the other day on Sunday night. Like, we have no clue how to small. Like, I eat the same meal for 5 nights because I can't. Yeah.
Yeah. Growing up and learning how to cook, I had to cook for 8 people. Plus have leftovers. So in all reality, I was really cooking for about 12 to 15 people to make sure that we have leftovers for the next few days or whatever for mom to take to work or the kids to eat or whatever. And the problem with that, which is great and good, but the problem with that is then when I was with Sam, he had to teach me how to cook things in small batches. Because I didn't know how. I just legit, like I can cook. It's just that you're going to be eating the same food for 7 days if I'm the one cooking. It's going to be for a whole week. That's where I'm at with the person, a new person right now, right? Is that he'll be like, oh, when I get back from where I am, you should cook for me. And I'm like, cool. But you're going to tell me what you want me to cook so that I can find a recipe that's only for like 2 people. not a recipe.
I think like getting recipes where it cooks for 4 people when there's only 2 people in the house. That's pretty cool because then you got that dinner that night and then you can have it the next night or for lunch the next
but I
day.
don't want like a recipe that cooks for 12 people when there's only 2 that are going to eat it.
Yeah, true. Savannah has the same problem. She doesn't know how to cook small either. So when she cooks, she knows that she's got to freeze hers, and basically she's cooked for the next month. Like she'll make 3 different meals, but there's a month's worth of food, which works out to be really cheap as well. Like I'll eat, like I had made chicken cacciatore the other day. I made enough for 5 nights. Except I didn't put a lot of chicken in it, so I knew that I was going to be left over with sauce, so I can make some pasta and mix the food up a bit. So I had the chicken for the first 2 nights, and then I've got sauce left over, and I'll have enough there for tonight, tomorrow night, and I'll freeze some tonight. So I've got a dish in there for another time.
Yep.
Monica is home. I got dinner and I'm all settled in and ready to read. Awesome.
So much 3.
Everybody's saying hello. I got to 45% into
Cece Rios and the Queen of Brujas.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. That was not going to come out of my mouth. Just saying, like my mouth just stopped.
Yeah, when you had a long pause, I was like, let me just read this for her.
Yeah, that's just, I don't know what happened. It just went, nope, not saying it. I'm sorry, I'm just not saying your book. But you got to 45% in it anyway, which is great. Finished my class and then got 45% into a Choke audiobook. Awesome. About to crawl into bed. Good night. Sleep well. Thank you for joining. Finished my chapters in Deep End of the Ocean. It's a good book so far. Tell me, Jamie, is this a movie with Michelle Pfeiffer in it? I feel like Michelle Pfeiffer's in this movie. I don't know why. Let me know if I'm wrong. Because I don't know. Every time I read that, Michelle Pfeiffer keeps coming to mind and it's a movie. So I'm not too sure.
The name God, man.
Say what?
I'm never going to get this bingo board. So I decided to do the... No one knows this because I haven't like posted it anywhere, but there's like a diamond painting bingo board, right?
Yeah.
Well, what are there's one thing on there. I don't think I'm gonna get it. Because you have to, in order to fill the square in, you have to have a kit that has no 310.
Oh, good luck.
And as far as I know, there's only one that people have been posting about. And it's on Diamond Art Club, but I think it's sold out.
Hmm.
But it's one of the like Mrs. Buttered or Mrs. Butter D or whatever however the hell you say it, and it's really pretty.
Mm.
But, like what looks like 310 is not 310. It's like a super dark gray color.
Okay. Yep.
And a bunch of people that are doing this same. Including Mackenzie from Dragon Wing Diamonds, who I follow on YouTube and Instagram. She's doing the same. She's actually who I found the bingo board from.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And that's the one that she did. But every kit that I have pulled out has had some 310.
Mm.
Because they use 310 for outlines.
Or 3371.
Well, that too.
Or 939.
I haven't had one kit this year that it has not had 310 in it.
I'm just trying to think if I've had any kits with no 310 in it. I don't think I have either.
I'm going to see if I can find it because there is one, and a bunch of people did it for this specific prompt because people were having trouble actually finding a kit that did not have 310 in it.
Mm. I don't think I've ever come across a kit that doesn't have 310 in it. So for those that are playing at home, 310 is black.
Oh, yeah.
Chris says, Nicole, I had a feeling you were going to relate to some of the story considering what you've shared. Yeah, I seriously, like, did my sister just write that last chapter that I like, holy crap. That's pretty close. Got to page 233 of Kicked Out by A.M. Dasu, an YA book. Started listening to Red Queen by Victoria Avard and got to 12% while also gaming. That is awesome. I did think she was talking about A Little Life. Yes, there. Yeah, I couldn't, like, I swear we just had this same conversation with Coda at the beginning of these sprints. Like, it was almost like a deja vu moment. So, yeah. I'm debating between Tom Lake, Hello Beautiful, or on Earth We're Briefly Gorgeous. Which one should I start next? Tom Lake. It's a nice, easy story. It's the only one I've read.
Oh,
So,
shit. Pearl.
what did you do?
I missed a whole section of 310.
Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. I laugh because I sympathize.
It's because Hagrid is completely. I mean, all of these little characters are completely outlined in 310. Which, like, is fine. But it's just, like, 310 is just, like, the bane of my existence. And, of course, Hagrid has a lot of, like, gray in him, too, because he's got, like, gray, like, in his beard. Like, all his hair and his beard and his boots are all this, like, dark gray color. Which, like, makes sense. But, like, I'm not gonna lie to y'all, like, 310 is, like, the worst color for me, because while 310 always looks straight, right? Because it's a dark color. The darker the color, the straighter the diamonds will look. Unless you're, like, really diligent, which I'm not at all. I don't care. I mean, Courtney's always be like, your lines are so straight. And I'm like, thank you, but no.
Don't look too closely. But, like, you stay on the other side of the room where you can't see how crooked they are.
I've noticed that dark colors make me very tired very quickly.
Yes, they do.
So doing Hermione actually took me a bit longer because of all of this dark purple. Because I would have either no dark purple or I would have, like, bigger chunks of it. And I noticed that when I had bigger chunks of the dark purple, it made me very, like, it made my eyes tired.
I would go with Tom Lake. That's the one I'm going to go with. I have no but I have heard On Earth We're Briefly Gorgeous is a good book too. So, Carly says home ec didn't exist. Home ec doesn't exist anymore where I'm from. I didn't have the option to take it in high school. Yeah, my girls. It just depended on the year, I think, and I think home economic teachers have just become non-existent as well. Like, it's not even something that you can study at uni anymore because they took it out of the curriculum. Although they do have in the junior classes where they do cooking, and now at the high school they call it hospitality, and they do it as a traineeship. So they go to a cafe or a restaurant or something along those lines. When you do laundry at the laundromat, they usually do not have customers emptying the lint collectors on their dryers. So young adults may not automatically know about that. That's fair. We don't tend to use laundromats here. Well, it's not been a common thing for me. I can't talk for everybody, but it's not a common thing for me. We do have laundromats here, but most houses come with laundries in them, so everybody has their own washer and or dryer.
I will say the laundromats here, you don't empty the lint traps on your own because they're industrial washer and dryers, but they will have people that come in, they maintenance them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like she's saying, you don't the customers.
Yeah. The young people wouldn't know that you're supposed to empty them.
I will say that, like, at the college, I think that they have more of, like, a laundromat situation as opposed to, like, individual, like, well. Except that I think they use regular size laundry.
See, I don't know. Like, I can't speak for universities or dorms or anything like that. But here in Australia, in my experience, I can't speak for everybody's, but in my experience, every place I've ever lived in, whether it be a unit or apartment, or a freestanding house dwelling, duplex, which is a house side by side, an old house cut down the middle, and that we've always had somewhere to put a laundry. Like, there's a laundry, so you've always had somewhere to put a washer and a dryer.
So
Um,
here, most places do have that, but there are some apartments that do not have hookups inside the apartment.
yeah,
Like usually they include it in the listing if there are
yeah,
washer dryer hookups in the
mhm,
apartment. Because
yeah,
a lot of the apartments here will have communal laundry, so you don't
mhm,
actually have a hookup in your unit.
mm. So yeah, there's that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we have had the timer go off. We are at that time of the night where we're at the 2 hour mark because I'm going to go and have some dinner and do some stuff around the house and all the rest of it. And yeah, so we're going to do a 2 hour sprint. Are you down for that, Neva?
Yeah. If I decide that I'm disappearing, I'll let you know.
Yeah, cool. No worries. Because I know it's getting late for you too. So yeah, we're going to do our 2 hour sprint. That's where I go and have dinner because I've got to cook dinner and stuff. So yeah, and read some and all the rest of it. So we will be back in a couple of hours. Let me just bring that up. Go over here, shut that off. And yeah, we'll see you in a couple of hours. Happy reading and eating and sleeping and all the things that everybody's going to do in that 2 hours. And we'll see you soon. Oh, hello. We are back. That 2 hours went super quick. I got some dinner. I had spaghetti with cacciatore sauce over that because that was left over from the other day. So that was good. And I read a little bit and I watched an episode or half an episode of NCIS. So, and I am halfway through my book now. So while dinner was cooking, I was reading, and then after dinner, I just wanted to watch a bit of TV, which is always good. So yeah, and I'm still loving this book, which is great. At least I'm ending on high. So unless it goes downhill real quick in the second half, we're going to be ending the Women's Prize for Fiction 2024 on a high note, which will be really good. So Neva was feeling a bit sleepy, so is now probably sleeping and whatnot. So we've still got a few more sprints to go. At this time of night, we generally go down to 1 hour and 15 minutes of chatty bits. We'll see how we go with that. So let us know in the comments how you went, what you got up to in that 2 hours. Was it just relax time, watch a bit of TV? I have something on my glasses that does not want to come off. And the stupid thing is, I can't see because I don't have my glasses on. I think that got it. Right. Yes, it did. I got it. I don't have a big streak across there. Yeah, I'm really liking this book. The things that are happening and the things that they're talking about in it is quite interesting. It's quite a different way of looking at things and all that sort of stuff. I swear my sister wrote this, or I wrote it, but anyway, it feels a little bit like that. All right, let's have a look in the comments and see what's happening. So it was just before we went on that sprint, we were talking about school and not having the things that like common sense classes and stuff like that. So yeah, let me just customize this timer while I think of it, because otherwise I'll forget. And save that. But yeah, a lot of schools don't have it now, which is disappointing in a way because kids don't get to experience those classes and stuff like that and work out how to do things and all that sort of stuff. No mechanics, woodworking, no cooking, none of it. Wow, that's like, at least in like the lower grades they sort of did it, but yeah, it's really really sad, really, in a way, because some parents just don't have time to teach their kids to cook or anything like that. So Jamie says we had split classes in middle school, so in 7th grade, 13, 14 year olds, half a year of home ec, other half was in shop class. All boys and girls did both halves. Yeah, same as our school as well, if it was a co-ed school, obviously. In my neighbourhood, only half of the households have laundry machines at home or in the community laundry room of an apartment complex. The rest use laundromats. See, it's so different. Like the same as I don't own a clothes dryer. We have two laundromats. Well, two. Would you call them a laundromat? Not really. They have machines and dryers there. There's not a lot. So the only time I really need to use a dryer is when it's raining. Like in summer, sometimes we'll get a couple of weeks of rain solid and nothing ever like dries or whatever. And sometimes in winter, if we get executive cold days, stuff might not dry, but for the most part I dry everything on the clothesline, so I don't even have a dryer. I just wash my clothes and hang them out. Good old-fashioned hanging out stuff. Okay, so there is a movie. I haven't seen the movie. Coda has and says it's good, but I have no idea yet who's in it. I think here we go. This is answered for me. Michelle Pfeiffer is in it. Love that movie. I must have seen it somewhere along the line because every time that you say that title of the book, I'm like instantly go to Michelle Pfeiffer. I don't know. Maybe I've heard it in a commercial or I've seen it or something like that, and it's just a memory that's there because I don't ever remember watching a movie with that title. But who knows? I may have. You never know. And Whoopi Goldberg too. Well, there you go. There you go. Interesting. In college dorms, we had household type dryers, but only 10 to 20% of Pablo, is it? Attends college. Most of the cities are working class. Fair. That's fair. I had to laugh. My local book group I participate in just sent the June book and it's trespass. Glad I'm not in your book club. And you've already read it, so you can get in there and really, really go to town with the conversation and all the rest of it. You can throw in a couple of my comments if you like as well. It'll be interesting to see how many of them actually, out of that 63 that voted for it, how many of them actually like it. That'd be very interesting. So do tell once you know that those statistics. I'm going to see how much of Tom Lake I can finish in 2 hours. You'll get a fair bit done, depending how fast you listen to your books. Neva's just saying good night to everybody. If not on Coda Sprints in the morning, that's fair enough. See you on Thursday. I don't think I'll make it to the end of this sprint. Still awake. I'm on page 47 in Tom Lake, which is good, but I'm getting sleepy and it's 2 a.m., so it's time for bed. That's fair enough. If my internet cooperates, I'll be on Coda Sprints in the morning. So good night, folks. No worries. Good night. It's that time of the night where people start to drop off and all the rest of it. But I have books to finish. I almost want to go in and watch another hour of, because I'm in a 2-part section of NCIS. It's the one where the Director Shepherd episode, I think, is where she bows out of the series. So yeah. I sort of want to watch it, but I sort of have to read my book too because I have to get this video edited and up. It's supposed to go up tomorrow, but it's not going to go up till Saturday. So yeah. Got to 14% and struggling to focus. Might go to bed now. Thanks. There's no worries. Hello, Emily. How are you? Thanks for joining. Carly, finished my book and ate dinner. Off to go and look for crocs and snakes with other wildlife people. Well, be safe out there. Because that's probably not the things you want to go looking for. But anyway, not my idea of fun time, I can assure you, Carly. Listen to more of Foxglove King and sorting my TBR for the Kindle Mayhem. Awesome. And my readathon. Excellent, excellent. What is this? I think I asked you this. What is this readathon you are talking about? Did you answer that question? Have I seen it? I don't think I have. Let me know what it's about in the comments below because I'll be interested in that. And you're really enjoying the Foxglove King. Awesome. Hey, Diddy, how you going? Thanks for joining and morning chat. Yeah, so we are going to, as I said, we are going to do the 1560. We've still got a few people that are here watching. If you haven't yet, make sure that you subscribe to the channel, and that way you can enter into the conversation in the comments as well. And also let us know if you've just joined. Let us know what you're reading tonight or this morning, depending where you are. Luckily, I've got people who do find it fun, but most people do not. Yeah. I must admit, if I was with you right now, Carly, I would not find this particularly fun at all. In fact, I would probably be heading in the opposite direction, to be honest. So, yeah, there's that. Yeah, I'd be just like, yeah, I'm out. See you later. Have a great night. Bye. I replied to your comment a bit. I'll have to go and check it out. I haven't checked my notifications, but sometimes YouTube doesn't give me notifications, so I will go and check it out. I replied to your comment on the video. It's the Aguba readathon. My friend just announced the readathon on Tuesday. I'll have to go and have a look at that. And yeah, cool. Always up to check out what other readathons are on. Bingo board-based readathon, so KU, Mayhem, and Goober match because one is prompt and one is prompt-based and one isn't. Yeah, we didn't want to do prompt-based because I've never done it as a prompt-based thing either. Like this was like just something that I challenged myself with because I found that I wasn't and I go into depth on the video for this too, but I found that I wasn't reading enough of my KU books, and I was paying this fee every month. So I just sort of, a few years ago, I just went, you know what, May has always been a quiet month for me as far as reading goes. I mean, I still do my crafting and all that sort of stuff, but as far as reading goes, last year there was a readathon, but prior to that, there weren't any readathons happening in May, and I had stuff on happening all the rest of the time. And then, of course, I have the short list where that was a group read and whatnot. So I basically finished the Women's Prize for Fiction content and all that sort of stuff, and decided that the May was going to be, just to keep the flow going, that May was going to be what I would do for the Kindle Unlimited. And basically, I just thought, you know what, I'm going to endeavor to read everything that's on there, because that way it's going to give me value for money. So that's the way I sort of went. And then it made me feel okay, because even through the year, I was still reading maybe one book a month or maybe two, just depending. So this way, at least then, you know, for all the money that I fork out over the year, I still got my values worth, because books are expensive here. Like, to buy them even from a shop, like, they're not exactly cheap and whatnot. And I think everybody knows that, you know, books aren't cheap anyway. So I wanted to sort of get my money's worth. And I figured reading 20 books, that's more than one book a month that I would buy off Amazon for the price of $14. Because most of the books off Amazon are like $17. And if I go to Big W, sometimes I can get them for $12 and maybe cheaper. But most times I'm shopping on Amazon because it's the cheapest place for me to get books, and I don't have a huge budget. So it just made sense for me to just carve out a month and just get my year's worth of books done. And then if I read any more during the month, then bonus for me. So now what I do with Storygraph, and mostly with Storygraph, I put a tag on it. So if I read a Kindle Unlimited book, I tag it. So at the end of the year, when I do my stats, I'll know how many books, and it'll be, am I getting value for money? So a lot of Kindle books that I generally get through BookBub. So a lot of them are thriller, romance, and I also do the Stuff Your Kindle Day, which I didn't know about until mid last year. So I think it was September was the one that I knew about. And again, a lot of them are fantasy-based ones. A lot of them are also Kindle Unlimited books, but I get to keep them on my Kindle. So a lot of those ones that I get from Stuff Your Kindle are paranormal romance, or last time in December, I got a lot of fantasy ones, which were also fantasy/romance as well. So what do they call that? Romantasy or something? Romantasy, that's it. And so when I go into Stuff, I just take a look. I didn't last time get as many thrillers. They were more fantasy ones that I was looking at, and romance, because that's what I was feeling on that particular day. Whereas the one before that, there were a lot of thrillers that I got and whatnot. So most of the books on my Kindle library Stuff Your Kindle or from BookBub, which I get an email every day. Now, I don't always get them get a book every time. I only go for the free ones. I don't purchase anything off the BookBub ones, and a lot of times some of them just don't interest me and whatnot. But a lot of my thrillers on there I've actually got off BookBub. And then of course I use it for Kindle Unlimited, and I also use it for my ARCs as well. But I categorize those. So if it's an ARC, I'll put it over into a collection as ARC, so I know it's not a Kindle Unlimited or anything. I mean a BookBub book or anything like that. So yeah. So that's what I sort of done. And then basically I just turned it into a massive month, and that's what I've been doing. And it's really worked for me. So, and then when I was talking about it, and Neva convinced me to turn it into a thing. And of course, a lot of you here in the comments too also were pretty keen to do it as well. So I thought, why not turn it into a readathon? And it's a month-long readathon. And I try to read the 20. Last year, I think I'd done 18. Because when I looked at my Kindle, there are still two on there that were on there last year. So the year before that, I did I only had 19 at the 1st of May, so I did 19. So I can definitely do it. And funny enough, all the books that I have on the Kindle Unlimited, a lot of the time when I get them on Kindle Unlimited, I'll get the cheaper for the audio book. So if it's a big book, I definitely get the audio. If it's a small one, I don't bother. But sometimes I can even find ones on there that actually do have audio attached to them. So when you're scrolling through, it'll have a little headphone beside it. I think most people know that now, but I didn't realize that they had audios on there. And you can also go and actually search up ones that have audio with it as well. So yeah. It's a lot of fun, and I just feel like I get value for money then, because otherwise I'm just, because I think it's $14 a month I pay Australian for KU. It might even be $15 a month. No, it's 14 because Audible is $16.95 a month or $16.45 a month Australian. So, and I don't go out, I don't party, I don't nightclub, I don't buy heaps of stuff. Like I've got crafting and stuff, but my crafting business pays for that. So yeah, and now I'm trying to get my books to pay for themselves. So yeah, but I'm keen. Like $50 a month I pay for my subscriptions, and it means that I've got a good selection of subscriptions, which I've got Everend, I've got Kindle Unlimited, and I've got Audible, and I utilize that all also with all the books that I have in my library as well. So yeah. Vanessa just joined us. Good morning. How are you? How's your grandmother? Is she feeling better? It's such a good idea. Definitely want to do the same. I'm excited to take part, and I'm excited that people are excited about it. I was quite surprised. There are quite a number of people that are very excited about it. So, just like it was just something that I did, and I didn't think anything of it. Such a good idea to tag. Yeah, I tag everything. So if in Storygraph, I mean, I don't necessarily do it on Goodreads because I don't get the pie charts and all the rest of it. But on Storygraph, I actually tag if it's off my shelf, if it's out of my Kindle, if it's off my audio, so I know where I've taken the book from. And then I tag if it's a buddy read. I tag what month I read it in as well, so I can get an idea. Like even though Storygraph does that, I can still get an idea just by looking at it during the month and whatnot. I also tag if it's on my TBR, like if it was a TBR or whether it was one that was just added in. It won't have TBR on it, so then I know, even though I've read it in, say, April, at the end of the year, I'll have however many were actually on my TBR. I'll also put on there if, I don't know if I'm doing that this year. I think I am, if it's a bingo prompt that I've used. So you know how I've got the Jenga bingo happening this year. I put on there that I put buddy reads, I put whether it's the Women's Prize or Booker or whatever. So because sometimes Women's Prize, Booker, and it can all cross over. We get books that cross over, so I tag them so I know where they've come from and stuff like that. So yeah. And there's a whole heap of other tags I do as well. Like if it's, as I said, if it's off my physical shelf, whether it's a Kindle shelf or it's Kindle Unlimited, whether it's an audio, if it come off Scribd, just to see if I'm getting value for money. Because if I'm not using Scribd very much, I'm paying, I think that's like $12 a month or something, $13 a month. I'm paying that each month. If I'm only getting one book off that every couple of months, then it's no point in having it. So I've only just started doing the Everend one to see how many I do. Because I predominantly use that for audiobooks, if I have more than one a month off there, then I'm definitely getting value for money because I'm paying that subscription and I'm getting a cut 2 or 3 audiobooks each month off that. That would be 3 credits that I've used off Audible. So that would still be, expensive. That'll be over $30. So Audible, I sort of have, and I am actually considering dropping that for a little while. But I'll see how I go because I do use it a bit. So yeah, there's that. And because I've started also utilizing my library borrow box, but they seem to just predominantly, they don't have a lot of the new stuff. Like I was so surprised that Yellowface was on there, because a lot of the new releases and everything that I want to read, I cannot find on Borrow Books. And Libby is just a mystery to me. I'm very excited to get some Kindle books read. We've had one person post over in the Discord. They're actually doing one for Kindle Unlimited and also one for Kindle as well. So if you want to push yourself that extra step, yeah, you can do that. So I might, like, I'll see how I go. I'll probably end up trying to do a book a day. If I can do a book, there's some that are a little bit chunkier, so it might be a little bit less. But maybe in the last week, I might add some Kindle books into that. We'll see how we go. But Vanessa's grandmother is feeling better, I think, but she's grumpy, of course. Every time I suggest she live with her son, who is about an hour away, she gets annoyed with me. Oh, I tell you, our grandparents, I feel your pain on that. We had the same problem with Brendan's grandparents. They were so stubborn, refused to leave the home. Eventually, the people that did the home visits and that intervened with my grandfather and put him, because he got sick. He was really, really sick. And Brendan's grandmother was like 4 foot nothing and he was like 6 foot tall. And if he fell, she wouldn't have been able to pick him up. So they intervened. So, yeah. And put him into a nursing home, which I think realistically bought him another year of life. Like, they were 96 and 95 when they passed away. And they passed away within 6 months of each other. So, yeah. But they had a good innings. But stubborn. We ended up having to fake that her car was Nan was still trying to drive. And so my husband ended up, we were up here. And so my husband got someone to go around to their house and pretend like the car was broken down and wouldn't start and all that sort of stuff, so they could get rid of the car, because she was still driving and she could barely see, and she shouldn't have, but she kept passing her test. Like, we don't know how she kept passing. Memorized it, I reckon. But anyway, she kept passing her physical and all the rest of it, but we were just getting very concerned that she would end up hurting herself or someone else. And when she went to reverse out once, she went forward in the garage. So that was enough for us. So we got a friend to go around and pretend like the car was broken down and got it removed. And we said, like, made out it was going to cost too much to fix and all this sort of stuff. Like, it was a full act out. And we were in Queensland going, you need to do this, doing that, and all that sort of stuff, because we couldn't get down there. I had the kids and all that sort of stuff, and we're only one income at that stage, and it's just like, yeah. So it was just ridiculous, but we got our way in the end. It's already hard for me to read on my Kindle, so it'll already be a challenge. That's fair. A lot of people don't like reading on their Kindle, but I've got my Kindle Oasis, which has the backlight in it, so I can turn all the lights off at night and read on it. And to be honest, I'm actually getting more and more friendlier with it. Like, I still love holding a book. I still love that. But since I've gone over to audio, I'm actually feeling a little bit better about the Kindle, and because I'm doing all different mediums now. And a lot of time, as I said, I get the Kindle book and then I get the cheap audio with it. So it actually works out a lot cheaper for me to do that. So, yeah. But anyway, we have got to the end of the comments. We are going to go for a sprint. So let me just bring that up. We're going to do an hour sprint. And yeah, we'll be back in an hour for a 15-minute chit chat. So we'll see you soon. Well, hello. We are back. And yeah. So I turned off how far along I was. I'm 63% into my book, so that was good. I make more progress, I seem, when I can't see that happening. So in that sprint, I read close to 29 pages, so that's not too bad. Actually, a little bit more. I think it was 32 pages, to be honest. So yeah, I'm at 63%. So I'm thinking that with the sprints that we've got left, because we've still got a couple more 2.5 hours to go yet, before we head over to Coda's channel, I should be able to get this pretty close to finish, if not finished on Coda's, because I'm going to head over and hang out on Coda's channel for a little bit, like I did last week, because I've had way too much coffee and I planned for this anyway. So yeah, I don't have anywhere to be tomorrow except here at work, and I've got all computer work, so I don't have to be doing anything physical, which is absolutely fabulous. But I am still really liking this book. I am so glad. Like, it's got a lot of trauma and stuff in it, and it's just exploring all that. But I am so glad that I've ended on a high note. I mean, I've still got just under 40% to go. Hopefully it won't get too bad. But in the next sprint, I think I'm going to do some more reading. I've just organised a heap of books for vlogs and stuff like that during that time. Just I'd read a page, then do a little bit, read a page, do a little bit. But I'm looking forward to reading this tomorrow and finishing this off, hopefully. Yeah, so I'm just organising books, and they'll all appear up the back here. So most of those books that I've still got there, they're books that I'm going to try and get through in the next 10 days, because I have finished a vlog, I've already finished the vlog. I've just got to edit it tomorrow. Obviously, I'll finish this book and talk about this book tomorrow and edit that video, get that up, which then essentially leaves me 10 days by the time I finish that, to finish off my TBR. So that's to catch up on my bingo reads, which for most of them I have audio on Everend, so and all the library app. So yeah, I should be able to pretty much catch up on everything. This one I'm not overly concerned about. I'm actually taking my time on this. I think Coda's up to chapter 14 and Jamie has finished. But I am listening to this at 1.3 speed because I'm going through it a little bit slower, and I'm actually highlighting just some really nice prose in this that Daphne de Marais, I always go to Rebecca de Marais. Daphne de Marais has put in here just descriptions as well, like just some of the things that really stand out that are just absolutely beautifully written. Just for my own sort of referral. So I want to read that at some stage tomorrow, but I have a ton of computer work. I've got probably about 12 hours of computer work tomorrow. So there's that. And so, yeah, that's what I sort of am going to be doing tomorrow. I've got a few other things that I've got to do. I've got to get a magazine finalised. I've got to work out what the hell is going on with my printer, because it won't print for some reason. And I tried it earlier today, and I'm just like, you know what? I'm not going to fight with it now. I have to move a heap of stuff to get to it, because I've piled a whole heap of stuff there. So hopefully I can work out what's going on with that. It's got some message on it which I don't fully understand. So it's already set up on my computer, but it's saying that I have to reset it up for some reason. So, and that takes a while. So frustrating. But anyway, I will sort it out, I'm sure. I need it. Well, I don't actually necessarily need it to do any craft videos. I can just have my tablet there to show that that's what it looks like, because they get it all online anyway. They don't need it printed off on my end. It's just that easier for me if I have it printed off. But in saying that, I do already have the hard copy sheets that I do scribbles and everything on. So worst case scenario, I'll still have my scribble sheets, which I have up in front of me, because it's too hard to sit my tablet up there when I'm filming. So yeah. And for those that don't know, I actually have a craft channel as well where I do tutorials and stuff like that. But I've been taken a bit of a step back this year on the tutorials, because I'm trying to get some of the stuff that I've done for tutorials finished, because I have a lot of step 3 stuff or things that haven't been completely finished. There's only been just one block. I've got to do another 5 to complete the row, all that sort of stuff. Plus, I also do my Patreon as well. And I've got to do some of that over the weekend. So I'm pretty much working for the next 4 days. On Friday sprints, I'm going to try and get a lot of one of my projects cut out. But yeah, it's sitting right there taunting me right now. I mean, if I wasn't reading with my eyeballs, I would probably just be if I was listening to an audiobook. But this book doesn't come with an audio. Otherwise, I would have just purchased it and I would have done that today. And next week, I've got 3 videos that I have to film, which I have to plan out a couple of things and cut a few things and get all that prepared. So that's pretty much what I'm going to do on Friday. Every time we do a sprint, I'm going to basically cut things out, put them in baggies and get them all sorted for the next week. And then the week after that, I've got 4 quilts that I have to get out. I have to get done and get out by the week after. So yeah, and I've got to put binding on them. So it's going to be a pretty hectic couple of weeks, but going into May, to the first week of May, all that stuff will be done. I'll be caught up on videos. I think I've got 2 videos that I've got to catch up on because of Christmas in Patreon. I just have to double check that. I'm pretty sure it's 2 videos, but we're getting close to the end of that, which means then that stuff that is, once I've got the pattern all together and the last lot of it's gone up and it's been a month up on Patreon, then I can start each block sharing that over to the main channel, because there'll be a pattern then that they need to buy each month and whatnot. So yeah, just working is a little bit different, and really looking at this as because it sort of started out as a hobby. Not so much booktube, but the craft side of things. It started out as a hobby and a way for me to connect with the community and whatnot. But I really need to seriously look at this as definitely part of my business and really stepping it up. I've just recently cleared off a computer and everything to get that sorted. So I can sit in the lounge room when I'm watching TV and use my computer softwares to design quilts and stuff like that, and then basically make them and put them together, and yeah, get a few more things done that I've had on a to-do list. But because I've been in a bit of a funk with the crafting side of things, I just had a lot of people being douches and it really hit my armor, and so I decided to just take a step back and just do the bare minimum. Just to give myself a chance to build my strength back up again mentally and stuff like that, because sometimes that can really get you down. And I've talked about this before and joked about it before, but the crafting community can be quite nasty at times. And so sometimes you just need to take a break. And for my own mental health, I needed to take a break. So from Christmas until now, I've pretty much taken I'll step back and really looked at what I'm doing, and also like a cross stitch and all that sort of stuff, and I've sort of lost my mojo for cross stitching, and I'm hoping against all hopes that it will come back. It's not as if I'm not doing any of that. It's that I'm just not feeling some of the projects that I've got here and all that sort of stuff. And I was doing challenges, and I think I just probably burnt myself out a little bit. Plus I also have the magazine that I put out for the cross stitch as well. It doesn't take a lot of my time to putting the magazine together. What takes a lot of the time is the stitching. And I've tried to, like, I've used a couple of people, like I've taken them on as what they call model stitches, but I just find that people become very unreliable, and yeah, it's just easier if I just do it myself. At this point, there's a couple of people that I still use, like for some of the bigger projects that I just will not have time to get done. I use them for that, like, and yeah, it gets very, very frustrating at times. So I haven't really been designing for that sort of stuff. So I'm hoping that I can really get that computer set up in there. I've got a little lap. It's a little table that sits over your lap, but it's not on your lap, so it's above it, and it tilts and whatnot. So I'm hoping to get that all set up over the weekend as well, And I've just got a plan for a room. I had a look at it the other day. I thought I might have had to paint it, but I'm pretty sure I'm not going to have to. It's a room that's never really been used. So I'm hoping to, if it needs a lick of paint, I'll get in there. It's a very tiny room. Like, it's probably this size here. But it's big enough to put a architect's table in there, which like it's got different levels on it, so you can put different angles. And I'm going to set it up as my diamond painting room, so that way I've got a designated area for diamond painting. I'll set up some of my cameras in there and whatnot, and that way when I need to film some of it, because I want to get into the habit of putting up a weekly diamond paint with me. And for the month of April, I've put one up. I think every week I've put one up. I'm not 100% sure on that. I think I missed last week, but did I miss? No, I didn't miss last week. I think it's this week I'm missing. And yeah, because it goes up on Patreon first and then it goes over to the channel. And I'm still trying to work out what's going on with early access, because my early access hasn't been working. So I've logged out and logged back in. So I'm hoping this week's one will work. Fingers crossed. I don't know. It was just a bit of a glitch, I think. So yeah, so I'm planning on doing that, which will free up a lot of space out here for me. Yeah, I'm just sort of trying to just organize some stuff. Like, I just feel like I'm being overrun with everything. And then the library, I spoke to Savannah the other week, and she said that she's definitely coming up, and every weekend during winter we're going to be working on that. So I'm hoping that will be set up sooner rather than later. And Brennan's had some stuff going on over at the workshop, so I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that he gets over here in the next week or so and be able to put a platform on onto the scaffolding that we've got, but he hasn't been able to get over here because he's had to deal with the council and stuff over at his workshop. So yeah, hopefully he'll be able to do that, and then I can get that library sorted, which means then there's a set of drawers in there that I'll be able to put all of my cross stitch in, because that's where I'm going to do stitching while I'm listening to books and stuff like that. So yeah, because I've got a nice chair that works well with my frame and everything, so that'll be going in there as well. So yeah. Yeah, just lots of little plans that I've got, because it's getting closer and closer to Neroli moving out. And once she moves out and I don't have to deal with her coming in and out, I can just block off a section of the house and paint it. So once her room's empty, I will paint her room out, make sure that that's all clean, put new curtains in there, shampoo the carpets, all that sort of stuff. And then her room will be done, and just get a little day bed in there. So if she comes home, she's got a bed to sleep in. And everything else, then the cupboards will get all cleaned out and whatnot. Savannah's room is getting turned into a library. Mia's room is getting done last. So we're leaving her room to last because she gets really upset with change. So basically, yeah, I'm just going to leave her room to last, and then just let her mum know that I'm not picking her up for 3 consecutive holidays. So I'll only pick her up at Christmas. And then that way, by the time she comes here, her room will be done and it won't upset the apple cart, because things take a while to get done around here, because I've got to work around everything else. So yeah, that's just some of the things that I've been working on. And of course, you know, I scribble, cross things out, redo things and all that sort of stuff. The fairy librarian joined us during that sprint. Good morning. I'm going to be doing some homework. That's awesome. I hope you get lots of homework done. We'll be back in the next sprint. That's fine, Vanessa. I realize it's very early for you, probably getting coffee, and I don't blame you at all. So I am actually really, really excited about getting some of the things done. Also being able to get rid of this table as well, because I will set the computer up in like in my room. I'm actually going to scale down my room as well, get rid of the big queen bed, get a smaller bed, set a nice desk up in there, so I can do office work and all the rest of it. But I'm also going to have my computer over in the library as well, so I can do filming and all that sort of stuff there as well, because I don't use my computer for anything else. And I'd like to just maybe have a small desk in there that I can just have in front of me, and I've got one just here that I use for the computer, so it's small enough to put off to the side, but it's good enough to use for my computer and whatnot. And I can put I've got a little arch thing that the computer sits up on, and then I can put the keyboard underneath, so it keeps it all compact and whatnot. So yeah, fun and games. All right. Well, we are coming up to the 15-minute mark. I've waffled on. I didn't realize I waffled on for that long, but apparently I did. So we're going to go straight into a sprint and Well, good morning to those that have just joined, or good evening. Going on in the background there. Let me just get rid of that. There we go. That's gone. Don't need to hear that echo. Yeah. All right. How did everybody go during that sprint? I went pretty well. I have got to 80% of my book, which when I started, I was only at 10%, and I have fluffed around quite a bit. But this book is blowing me out completely. Earlier on, I was reading it and I'm like, oh my goodness. There was a couple of chapters that I read and I thought, oh my goodness, like myself or my sister could have written this book, right? And then I just get to a part where she's talking about her sister Freya, and she's had a baby and she's named it Savannah Christine Jessica Miller, but my daughter's name is Savannah Christine. It's spelled different though. Like, what the hell is going on with this book? So yeah, that's been the way. Like, there's been a couple of books lately where like the main character's been my name or my kids' names in it. And Nerealee's about the only one that hasn't been in there. And I'm just like, oh my goodness. Yeah. It's a trauma field book and all that sort of stuff. So I don't know. And there's these little sections as we're going along. Like we've got the chapters and everything. And then, like, after a couple of chapters, it has a black day and it's talking about people crying and all the rest of it. So I don't know where this book's going. I've only got 20% to go. So I should get another 10% done in the next sprint, and I should finish it while I'm over on Coda's sprints, which means tomorrow morning I can talk about it. I can edit that video, get it up and scheduled, and then I'm done for 2024 of the Women's Prize for Fiction trauma-filled, therapy-inducing long list. I do have to do a video for I think it's Tuesday. Let me just have a look at that. Yeah, Tuesday it goes up, which will be my predictions for the shortlist. So yeah. No, we'll see how right I am. I'm going to seriously sit down and think about, and because I've vlogged these and how I felt about them and all the rest of it, I can go and watch those videos and just recap, because as I was saying earlier, like earlier in the week, as soon as I've finished one of these books, I have just moved on. I've just like blocked it out and all that sort of stuff. I think it's my mind's way of protecting myself about all the stuff I've read. And not all the books have been bad either. Like, majority of the books have been about a 3-star rating, but there have been some 4 stars, 3.75s. There's been a couple of 5 stars as well. This one is definitely going to be up there because I am thoroughly enjoying this, even though it's about suicide and family trauma and all that sort of stuff. I'm still enjoying it. And as Chris even said earlier, just with what I've shared about my life and all the rest of it, they felt that I would connect with this book, and they're right, that I am connecting with it. I can see some similar things and thought processes and reactions to things and all that sort of stuff. It's essentially my life. It's not all parts, but some of it. But yeah, so I had some dessert. I had some strawberries with shredded coconut and cream and maple syrup with some chocolate drops, like cooking chocolate drops. I love cooking chocolate. Weird, I know, but I sprinkled that on. I either have cocoa nibs or chocolate drops on it, and it's just something a little sweet. I've been wanting something a little bit sweet this week, so I thought I'd have that. And I just have it a little bit. Sometimes I have it with natural yogurt, or if I've got some cream there, I'll have a little bit of cream on it. And strawberries and cream is always just delicious with a sprinkling of maple syrup on it. It's even better. So I had that and made myself a cuppa. And that'll be pretty much like, this will be my last coffee. I think I've still got half a cup left, but this will be my last coffee for the day. And yeah, because I usually head off to sleep. For the last couple of weeks, I've been going to bed about 2 a.m., 2:30. Last week, I didn't go to sleep until 4 o'clock. And then I woke up at ate and got on with my day. So there was enough caffeine surging through my body to keep me going for almost 24 hours. So yeah, let's have a look what was going on in the comments. We have one more sprint before we head off. So over to Coders. I have pinned that to the top of the comments as well, but you should get teleported over there anyway. But just in case it doesn't work, it is at the top of the comments. Carly was unsuccessful in the croc and snake hunt. Only saw turtles, birds, and possums. Much better. This I can deal with. Turtles, birds, and possums, a little less aggressive. Hello, Brett. How are you? I will be finishing Akatar tonight. Awesome. How much have you got to go? Hello, Christina. I made it back. Actually, I woke up a little earlier than norm, but maybe because I fell asleep early last night. Getting some coffee. Awesome. Brooklyn also popped in during that sprint, about to continue reading Daisy Hates and annotating Kingdom of Ash. Awesome. How are you going with annotations? Are you getting there? Are you getting there? It's always hard. Like I just can't get into the annotating thing. Although I am doing it with Rebecca, but I've read that before, so maybe on rereads I can do annotating. And some of my classics, I tend to write down notes and stuff like that and little tidbits and take favorite quotes, but I put them in my reading journal. I don't actually annotate the books or anything, because I generally, if I'm going to talk about it or anything like that, I read through the book. I might make a couple of notes, but then I also buy a summary to go with it. So if I'm not understanding something, I can pull it up and read that. I also acquired a couple of books for a vlog that is coming up, so I've acquired those during that sprint as well. So yeah, I'm surprised I've made as much progress as I've done, because I've been doing a fair bit of fluffing around too while reading this book. But it's such an easy book. It just flows really well. It's written really well, and it's kept me quite entertained to say the least. Just some of the comparisons and like that I'm being able to make, and it is all centered around family violence and the repercussions of that family violence and whatnot. So yeah, interesting stuff. Hopefully you're enjoying Daisy Hates. Elena also joined us during that sprint. Good morning. How are you? I'm well, thank you very much. Saying hello to Brooklyn. Only an hour left on Akatar. Awesome. And Rich is also saying hello to Brooklyn and hello. Everybody's saying good morning. Hello to Dee Dee. It's all happening in the comments. Everyone's saying good morning to one another. Hello, Leslie. How are you? I'm reading Wildfire by Hannah Grace and just started it. I hope you enjoy it. Brooklyn just finished that. I have read that as well. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I actually liked it more than I liked Icebreaker. So, yeah. Hopefully you enjoy it as well. I feel like I've got something stuck in my teeth. Probably a strawberry seed or something along those lines. All right, well, we have got to the end of the comments. So far, I'm liking the connection with Rise End. I have no idea because I've not read them. I have no idea about Akatar or any of those books because I have not read them. And I don't know if I ever am going to read them. We'll see. We'll see. Never say never, right? Just, yeah. Because I think that I have actually got them saved to my Everand saved list as an audio. So you never know. I might have a situation where I need them for a prompt or something like that, and I may just end up picking them up. You just never know. And I didn't think I would either. Okay. Did you read them? And Reg is also saying, as well as the inner world dynamics. It's good that you're enjoying them, though. So did you read them, Christina? But I read Akatar books last year, and now I'm reading. What's the TOG? What's that one? Throne of Glass? Is that right? It just escapes me. Yeah, I just don't think I and Throne of Glass. Yeah, yeah. Hello. Turned on my laptop and your voice made me jump as I forgot to close YouTube before I went to bed. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. Oh well, at least you're wide awake. So far, I don't see you reading them, but never say never. Indeed, yeah, so true. Everybody's saying hello and hello. All right. Well, we have got to the end of the comments. We are going to go for another hour sprint. That will give us a little bit of a chatty bit at the end. So yeah, and I hopefully will be all done with this book, or very close to it. I know, all good. It was a good reminder. I want to do some reading. That's okay. That's fair enough. Good morning, Kay. 1 p.m. 1 p.m. but my morning. Okay, fair. That's fair. That's fair. Are you in Europe? I assume. All right, we're going to go to a sprint, and that will give us a little bit of time at the end to do a bit of chatty before we end up over at Coda's. So we will see you in 60 minutes. Happy reading, everybody. Hello, everybody. How did we go during that sprint? I finished my book with 14 seconds to spare. 5 stars. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with that, even though it ended like sad. It was sad, but it was so good. So good. So I finished my book like I wanted to, which I was surprised. I thought I was going to carry it over into Coda's sprints, but I managed to finish it. As I said, it was really good. I have almost finished my coffee. It's pretty cold, so I'm going to call it, because that's pretty gross when it's cold. And my Kindle almost ran out of a charge as well, so I've got that charging. But it's official. I have finished the last book for the Women's Prize for Fiction, and I finished on a high note with a 5-star. But if you want to see all my thoughts about this book, I didn't check in with this because it was only a very short book. It only had 200 pages, and I just don't feel like I can check in. So I'll probably have, a lot of thoughts about it in the morning. I'm going to sit on it a little bit because I just want to digest it and all that sort of stuff. But yes, I'm super excited that I'm finished that. And now I can get on with all these books behind me. And there's a whole heap in my room as well that is still there because I haven't read any of the bingo prompts since I started the Women's Prize for Fiction at the beginning of March. So what was that, the 5th of March? So yeah. So I'm super excited that it's done. You have no idea how hard this list has been to read. I mean, Chris has a pretty good idea how hard this list has been to read. And there's a few other people that have been reading books off it as well. It's not been a very easy list. But I'm going to go and have a look because I tagged all these over on Storygraph. I think I've had 3 5-stars. I've had a couple of 4.5, a couple of 4s, a lot of 3s. And this was a debut novel as well. Although it's not for the faint-hearted because it is about suicide. So, and in defense of the act, where the main character, Jessica, is defending that, sometimes it's necessary, if that makes sense. But anyway, I'll go into more depth about it because I don't think that this one is going to leave me anytime soon. And it's such a freaky book because, like, as I was going through it, there was a lot of connection with the book that I had from my own experience with family violence and all that sort of stuff. And then to top it all off, the baby that was born during this book, its name was Savannah Christine, and that is what Jessica Miller, but that's what my daughter's name is Savannah Christine. And so it's like, oh my God. Like, I think I even came back from one sprint after reading a chapter. I'm like, did my sister write this or did I write this? Like, it was so close to my family dynamics, which, I mean, a lot of people probably would, if you've had a violent father or mother or, there's been family violence and that, you probably would have a lot of things that you would relate to in this book. But it's very, very interesting. I like how it was laid out and all that sort of stuff. But as I said, I'll go into it a little bit later. I'm excited that it's done. I don't think I could have dealt with another trauma-filled book. I'm looking forward to, reading Rebecca, something a little bit light. I'm thinking that I'm going to go for this one here, which is Lucky. And this one is about what if you had the winning ticket that would change your life, but you couldn't cash it in? And she's a no good Nick criminal that's got a lottery ticket that she can't cash in, so she has to make a choice. And it sounds like a fun time. It's only a short book as well. There's only a couple of 100 pages in this one, and it was also on the Reese's book list. And so I'm thinking I'm going to go with that one because that sounds like a bit of a fun time compared to the books that I have been reading in the last 5-6 weeks. It's been a long 6 weeks. I'm glad to get this last video out. All right, let's see where we're up to. I think it was 1 p.m, but it's my morning. 1 p.m. sounds good. Mornings sounds like morning to me. That's depends on your perspective, right? 1 p.m. in the UK, but my body says it's morning as I just woke up. Elena is saying hello to Dee Dee. Vanessa is back. Good morning to Elena. Just asking what you're reading and whatnot, and popping in from my screens to say hi and hit the like button. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Coda is awake and waiting for us to turn up. We've got a couple more minutes to get through all of these. Finished Akatar, and my immediate reaction was, what? I hope it was good. Coda, there's that war cry again. Hello, Bookworm Wanda. How are you? First time here. How are you doing? I'm working from home and only 2 hours left. That's awesome that you're working from home. I love working from home myself. And thank you for joining the channel. I really appreciate you being here, and hopefully we'll see you around a lot. Yes, I'm still pretty. I thought sure you'd be. I'd miss saying hi today. It's all good. I'm about to finish up in 2 minutes because then we're going to go over to Coda's. Only 20 pages read, but I did some laundry and had breakfast/lunch. Going to make some coffee now. Yay for finishing on a super high rating. Yeah, definitely so. Like, I honestly, this was my least favorite. Like, when I read all the synopsis, it was my least one that I was interested in. So I'm pretty happy that I've landed on a high. Read some of Australia memoir and Korean sci-fi. Nice, interesting combination. Checked out some Instagram and checked some messages and drank some coffee. I know, right? Yay. Everybody's like, you've all been on a journey with me. The book is called In Defense of the Act by Effie Black. It's her debut novel, but has written a fair few short stories, I believe. Did you no, I did not DNF any of them, because part of the deal is that I have to read them all, because you cannot judge a prize list without reading them all. If you DNF them, then you haven't really read the book, right? So yeah. Fell asleep last night. That's okay. Don't stress it. You had been sprinting pretty much all day. Hello, Maria. How are you? Hello. What memoir are you reading? Memoir. It's not a memoir. It was unless you're talking to someone else. It was just one of the books off the Women's Prize for Fiction. It wasn't a non-fiction, it was a fiction. So but it read very much like it could have been someone's memoir, most definitely. The author has just done a wonderful job with their writing and everything like that. So yeah, with that note, we have got to the end. We're about to head over to Coders, so just be aware that it will shift you on over. If it doesn't, it's linked up the top. It will take click on that. That will take you over, because Coder is about to start, and I will see you over there in a few minutes. I'm just going to go to the loo and everything before I pop in, because it's been a long night, and I've had lots and lots of coffee. But I will see you all very soon. Have a great night, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me, and I'll see you over on Coders in about 5 minutes. Night.